Right. Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well this Sabbath, the Shabbat. Let's see. Make sure we're good here. Shalom to everybody. ISBHPK, San Antonio, Houston, Virginia, brothers in Rochester. Shalom to everybody. Everybody getting this word out, putting these long nights, teaching, counseling, and juggling multiple different responsibilities. I salute you. We salute you. We hope everybody's doing well today. Shalom to the brothers out here in San Antonio, busting their tail, grinding, dedicating. Your sacrifices are not are definitely appreciated and respected, and we know why our brothers doing what they're doing. So continue the good fight. Shalom, sis online. Continue the good fight. Continue to keep fighting for the body and for the building of the school and the camp. We all appreciate what y'all are doing, not just in San Antonio, but also the brothers out here grinding in Houston. The brothers and sisters grinding out here in Virginia and everywhere that's getting his word out. Dawada and shalom to everyone. So, I just want to make sure I got a shout out to everybody because, lately out here in San Antonio, we've been grinding a lot, really pushing. And I know energy's kind of down because we're getting kind of pulled multiple different directions, but it's all for the right reasons. And the Most High sees our sacrifice and dedication, and He will bless us for that hard work and dedication. Don't forget that. Okay, we're gonna start off our Sabbath service with our prayers. So I stay. Everybody sit down. So we can get started. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Nathan Lanawa, Awar, Zayawam, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. Okay. Take two. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Nathan Lanawa, Rayach, Nayachacha, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Thawada, Thawada. Now we all pray. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. HaShabbat. Ba'Shalom. Thawada. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thawada. Thank you. So be it. Psalms 121. Ainasha. Ayanyam Ya. Al. Haharyam. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamoya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashun. Shashamamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemoya. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashamash. Yala'a. Hakayam. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamoya. Makol. Rai. Yashamar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wabawaya. Yeah. Wabawaya. Ma'aitha. Wa'aid. Iwalam. Aman. Psalms 121, English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills. No, that's what I read. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy spirit. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayanawa. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayanawa. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayanawa. Yahweh. Echad. Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wathka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nathan Lanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Wathanawa, Kasalachanawa, Wathanawa, Wala'a, Thabiano, Banasawan, Abo, Hawashanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Lakam, Hamalakwat, Waha'ala, Wataparat, La'ai Walamyam. Amen. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Ten Commandments. La'a Yahaya. Laka. Alahayam. Achayam. Ayo. Panya. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Number 2. La'a. Ta'ayna. Laka. Pasal. Wala'a. Ta'ibado. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them. Number 3. La'a. Thalachwacha. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain. Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabah. Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Number 5. Kabad Abaka. Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother. Number 6. La'a Tharatazak. Thou shalt not kill, murder. Number 7. La'ah. Thana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Number 8. La'ah. Thaganah. Thou shalt not steal. Number 9. La'ah. Tha'ainah. Shaquar. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Number 10. La'ah. Thachamad. Call Asherah. La Ra'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's. Okay. One second, John. Okay. Oh, I did that first. Pop up. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Ahawa'ah. Nathalanawa. Hathawara. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the law. Everybody, you shall be take a seat. Okay. Once again, hope everybody's doing well today. That gave me a little bump in energy and spirit. I appreciate everybody, the prayers, and that felt good for me. We can get going a little better now. All right. Okay, let's get the first reader. Let's get started, Adam. Let's get you saluted in. Yes. Yeah. Okay, Adam. Shal Shabbatah. Ban. Yahawada. Ban. Yashala. Okay. Adam. Shal Shabbatah. Ban Yahawada. Ban Yashala. Imagine. Bro. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai Barakah. Okay. When it's saluting individually, it's one. It's tha. Yes. Yes, exactly. Thumb. We'll go into that. So we have a lot to do. We got to go into we have to find some time to start teaching Hebrew concepts. When we can find the time, we'll do it as quickly as possible. But we got to start teaching some Hebrew too, just to get sisters and brothers kind of acclimated to speaking it more comfortably. Because even when you're reading, I notice even when we're reading the Sabbath prayers, there's a type of enunciation that you have to kind of get it out with, and you can't speak with like an English tongue. And a lot of times when you're reading Hebrew, you have to really open your mouth and enunciate the letters. Because English, you can talk like this, and your tongue can be like this, and you just get the words through like this, and it's okay. You can't have that big tongue in the damn way when you're trying to explain or enunciate Hebrew. You have to open and enunciate. Ha, clap. That's how all those tongues are mumbling and rumbling and mixing together. You can tell people are trying to enunciate the words. This isn't fitting out. So we'll get together. Okay, we'll get together. That's a normal thing. It happens all the time when we're trying to learn a new language. So, all right. What we're going into today is Numbers chapter 30. We're going to run all the way to chapter 36. We're going to finish up the book of Numbers and get ourselves prepped for, I guess, the last few days or the last period of time that Moses was on earth. Okay, so from the time we get to Numbers 30 to 36, it's pretty much going to cap off the 40 years that Israel was in. Was from Egypt, leaving Egypt all the way on their way into Canaan. So that 40 years in the wilderness is capping off. Okay, so what we're doing here, we're going to tie off some loose ends. The Most High is going to give Moses some instructions on vows and oaths and little details and specifics about land transference and what lands go to the Levites and things of that nature, before we get into Deuteronomy, which is pretty much Moses' farewell speech to the Jews. Okay, when you read Deuteronomy, the whole book is not like months and months and months of time is going past. This is just Moses' final reminders and instructions as to what Israel has to do when they get into the new land that was promised to be theirs. But that'll be next week. Today we're going to just deal with the last parts of Numbers and what happened during that period of time. So let's get Numbers chapter 30, verse 1 on the energy spirit. I know you got the enunciation. Give me spirit when you're reading. Also, when brothers are reading, especially in class, I know the brothers in other schools are doing it. Make sure you keep your head up and the book forward. You don't want your head down, cutting off your sound. You want to read up so that sound can bounce off the wall, hit the wall, and come back. When you read down and start talking like this, start talking low. When you get tired, this the whole energy's off. Read up, enunciate, be powerful. All right, let's do it. I'm Numbers 30, verse 1.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 1. And Moses spake unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Most High hath commanded.
Done.
If a man vow a vow unto the Most High, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth.
Listen, so this verse is just to kind of give us understanding. Don't sit back here and make a vow or a promise to the Most High in the heat of your zeal that you can't back up. You know, a lot of times Israel talks a lot of crap. I'm just going to be honest with you. We talk a lot of crap, and we're overly zealous, and we're very extreme with our intentions and our motives. What we like to teach brothers out here is that you better sit back here, and if you're going to sit back and make a prayer or a vow to the Most High, you better make sure you can get to that goal. A lot of us sit back here and make goals. I'm not going to do this for 30 days. I'm not going to do that for a year. And you get into like day 2, like, what the hell did I just do, man? I'm about day 2. A lot of us, when we're down, because, you know, even when in the midst of us sinning and getting weak, we'll sit back here. If you look at measure a person's spirit out, we'll sit back and be up and we'll be down. We'll be up, we'll be down. We'll be on highs, we'll be on lows. When we're on our spiritual lows and we feel bad, you know what are the first things we do when we feel bad? Let's make a vow. If I make a vow, that'll overcome how bad I feel. And I can automatically feel better because I made a vow now. Now I can make it right. Well, we think making it right is making this stupendous vow that's super, super godly and super spiritual, not realizing that, can you really finish out what you're asking for? Because what good is a vow if you can't do it? Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. We have this acronym that's called SMART. It's for setting goals. SMART, the S stands for specific, the M stands for measurable, the A stands for achievable, R is realistic, and T is timely.
Exactly. Because, hell, even on the timely aspect, you might want to do something, but this might not be the season to abstain from this or to abstain from that. Timely, measurable. Is it a measured prayer? Is it a measured vow? I mean, if my spirit isn't strong enough, if I just went rock bottom because I sinned or I got weak, and I have a lifetime habit of being weak in something, it's because I made a vow to the Most High that I'm going to stop cold turkey. Is that even a realistic measure, prayer and request, or a vow to the Most High? You're better off taking the time to take small incremental vows that you can attain. Because the scripture talks about in Job, clean hands making the man stronger and stronger. So before I can get to this large, significant goal, let me be clean for a week. Let me come back and be clean for 2 weeks. Then let me get back and do 2 more weeks. Let's get to a month. See how I am. See how hard I had to fight to sustain a month of being potent. But let's not get to a month in 30 days. Let me get to a month week for week. And if I'm helping on making a vow, let me make a vow that I know I can attain so I don't make a bad situation worse. Because I think all of us in some form or fashion can attain or remember a time we made a vow and it was too much. It was too grandiose. We bit off more than we can chew. We ended up sinning. And we felt worse for sinning off the vow than just sinning in general. So this is something the Most High was telling us to be very serious about your oaths and your bind and your vows, and not to break your word. Now we take that mindset with the Most High, but we're also supposed to take that mindset with our people. You're supposed to fight your butt off to say what you say, mean what you mean, and stick by what you say and mean. All the deviation and changing and the back and forth aren't beneficial to your spirit and to the man or woman that you're trying to become. If I'm sitting back here and I honor my vows and I stick to what I say, I'm showing the Most High I'm somebody that can be counted on. That's what the vow is about. Can the Most High trust me? Can he trust my word? That if I say what I say, I mean what I mean, I'm going to stick to what I say. Okay, let's continue.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 3. If a woman also vow a vow unto the Most High, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow and her bond wherewith she shall bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand.
So what this verse is talking about is if there's the rules of your spirit being bound is different from a sister to a man. If a man makes a vow, he has to sit back here and stick to his vow and be honorable to that vow. Now, if it's about a woman, and if it's talking about a woman that is still living with her father in her father's house, and she sits back here and she makes a vow, or she makes an oath to the Heavenly Father, and the father hears of it, and he says he holds his peace, meaning he doesn't say, no, I don't want that to happen. Holding his peace means the father accepted the vow and all the requirements that had to do with the vow she was having towards the Most High. If he didn't say anything about it, then the vow was still on, and she had to be bound to that vow. Yes, sis.
Is that where it like speaks down from the whole peace comes from?
I wouldn't say it comes from that.
Since it ties directly into it.
Well, this is talking about a woman making a vow to the Most High for anything she does. But the problem is, I would say no, because when the father says no to this, then if the father listens, because the next verse is going to say it, if the father listens to her vow and doesn't accept it or doesn't want her to do it, he can disallow it, and the prayer or the vow is null and void. So you see those movies about the weddings, and a person might object to it. That don't mean they're going to stop the wedding. The show's going to go on unless this guy makes some fancy speech. That's how the movies are. And all of a sudden she leaves him on the altar for this clown. But that's not real life. But in the spiritual realm, or in how Israel functioned, it was if the father hears it and he's cool with it, it goes on. Give me verse 5. I'm going to explain the second part.
Verse 5. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth not any of her vows or her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand.
So if the father disallows it, he says, "No, that vow's not going to fly. I don't want you to do that," because first of all, that father has a responsibility over her spirit first, and that what he's also showing is that man has a responsibility over that spirit, and he needs to know. He knows what's best for her more than her at that particular time. Exactly, and the Most High is a stickler on order. And just because she might have inclinations to sacrifice this or dedicate that doesn't mean that that father sees that's what's best for her at the time. Okay? Exactly. It's heavy responsibility, but yeah, it is. It's a heavy responsibility. But let's keep going.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 5, latter half. And the Most High shall forgive her because her father disallowed her.
Exactly. So the Most High is not going to hold it against her if the father nixes it or reneges the vow. So he's not going to hold her against, like the Most High is not going to say, "Oh, you broke my vow, daughter," or "You disallowed the vow you had to me." What it's saying is, if the father says no, she doesn't need that, she's not ready for that, then the Most High is not going to hold her against that. Let's continue.
In verse 6. And if she had at all an husband, when she vowed or uttered out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vow shall stand.
So now it goes back to the husband now, because now when the wife is married to the husband, now that responsibility falls on the husband's hands. So whether it's a vow, or it's a prayer, or it's a request, that husband has the right to co-sign it or not, to hold his peace and let that prayer go or not. Okay. Now this verse 6, it was saying if the husband holds his peace, the Most High would allow her to set that vow up and make that oath. Right. Continue.
Then her vow shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand.
We're done.
But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul of none effect, and the Most High shall forgive her.
So the same thing we read about with the father, the husband takes the same approach. You know what this really also shows you?
Right.
The sanctity of marriage is very serious. And this is why we always teach sisters to take your time to wait before you get married.
It's not equal, man.
It's not equal, so you better sit back here and marry a man that's worth following. And this is why that's an important aspect of marriage. Listen, if the wife is supposed to serve, if the wife is supposed to be in subjection, then damn it, let me follow and serve a man who deserves to be honored and respected and put in front of me. That's very important, because now you're putting your spirit into this person's hands. You're putting your life into this person's hands. You're putting your life based upon his discretion, his spiritual discretion, and his spiritual consistency. And this is why we tell sisters, wait 6 months. Does it always work that way? Sometimes in the world it doesn't work that way. But the goal is to sit back here, and this is in a perfect situation. Y'all meet in the school. You wait 6 months before you even start communicating and courting. Then you start to talk, get to know each other for another 6 months before you make that decision. In a perfect world, that's how it should be. Now, a lot of times, people be getting married week 1 of meeting each other, and that and that's where a lot of the fighting and arguing and the craziness goes on, because there's a power struggle. There is a struggle for control. Who's going to control this? Who's going to control that? I don't agree with how you do things in this. I don't like how your personality rolls in this. So now all the things that was supposed to be happening for the first 6 months to a year should have been gotten out of the way. Then all the other stuff's supposed to happen. We're reversing things, speeding things up, and wondering why the marriages are so hard and difficult to accomplish and to maintain and to keep up. Now, listen, there's a reason courting was supposed to happen. It was a reason for it. But everything's so now in America, and this, well, not just America, but in the world, it's so rush, rush, rush. I remember I talked to this Filipino guy. This is like 15 years ago. No, maybe 15 years. He says, man, I courted my woman for like 2 years before we got. And we got through all the insanity and the crap before we got married. But by the time we married, I knew this person was the one I could work with and build with. Because it's not about physical compatibility. Can I work with this person? Can I deal with this person's temperament and mood swings and ups and downs? Can I deal with the bad? When you get with the physical, it's whatever. But can I deal with this person on their worst day and not throw up in my mouth a little bit? That's a real damn thing. On their worst day, kind of like, wow, should have just taken the blue pill instead of the red pill. This is what Israel be thinking all the time. And this is where marriages, we can sit back and candy coat them as Israelite marriages, the spirits, all those directions. If you don't court and you don't get to know a person, it's going to be rocky, difficult, uncomfortable. And it's going to take that much more humility for the two to come together. What it's showing you is there was a courting process. That was your out. You should have got the hell out during your courting time. If you saw your husband having some crazy deranged aspects to him, time out. Let me go back home to my mom and daddy, and we'll sit back here, take a couple plays off, and figure this out. Same thing with the husband. Yes, sir?
Right, and you had more accountability with the father aiding these choices.
Yeah. The Most High would back that decision if everything was done decently in order. He gives you time to decide if this is something that you want to do or not. But once again, that we want to sit back here and rush into fun, or because our lust is strong, we gotta get what we gotta get, and we sit back here and look at either we're going from man to man or bad situation to bad situation. Or now I'm in the truth, and I got a sister who's off the chain, and just because she comes to class every day, I'm stuck with her. Like, God damn it, she just won't stop coming to class. It goes both ways. It goes both ways, huh? She's coming to class every day. I'm stuck, B. What am I gonna do? Now, if I sit back here and try to cut, oh, brother, what you doing? Why you cutting off the sister, brother? She ain't done nothing. She here every day. Now, you don't know what's happening at the crib, B. You just don't know. And brothers are the same way. Israel be the kings and queens of being Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In public, they're all spiritual. And at the house, they're animals, right? They drink a potion, and at the house, they're a whole different person. It's just a comfort potion. It's a potion of comfort. When you get comfort, now all of a sudden you're a different guy or a different woman.
The inner you comes out.
Yeah, the real you. The inner you is the real you. Yeah. Anyway. So let's get going. So when you're out in public, you're the white bear.
Yeah.
You're the polar bear, and you go back home, you're the black bear. You're the mean black bear.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you got it.
So how would the husband, when it says disallowed, so would he then send up a separate prayer, or would he just go to a woman like, no, that's not what?
Either or. He can sit back and because it goes into how he might hear it.
Okay.
However the husband or the father hears it. It can be walking past the room and she's sending up a prayer.
Right.
And if he's like, no, I don't want that to happen. He has that right.
So she doesn't necessarily have to know. It could just be.
It could be either or. God, but it would be better if he sits back here and tells her, no, I'm not going to have you do that. That's not what I want for you right now. That's not my plans for you. What it shows you is that the same respect the Most High wants the husband to have towards the Heavenly Father is the freedom that the Most High is giving to the husband when he deals with his wife. I want you to think about this again. The same freedom or the same respect he wants. He's giving the man the power to sit back here and mold this spirit's life and make decisions based upon her servitude towards him and the Most High. But then he's giving that husband that power and control.
Right.
But he's also understanding that that's the relationship he has, where he's expecting us to have for him.
Right.
Just understand, sisters, for every sister who's in a marriage and has to serve her husband, the Most High wants the man to be in order and serve the Father like he wants you to serve him. That's how it balances out. It's not just this one-sided, oh, the wife has to be this super in order sister, but the husband doesn't have to answer to anybody.
Think about this sometimes. Like sometimes I tell my rib something, and then automatically in the back of my mind, it's like, okay, am I doing something similar for the Most High with that level of sacrifice? I don't know. Is that like the?
Well,
is that weird?
I'm gonna say this. I think if we should all be humble enough to think like that.
Okay.
I think we should all be humble enough to say, I can do more, because that's all that's being said. That's where your thought pattern is going. I have to do more. I believe if every single man and woman can sit back and look at his or herself and say, man, I can do more. You know what? If I'm demanding this from this person, then I should have to be able to do this and this also. Whether in whatever level of responsibility that a person has, because you're standing in your situation because you are the head of your household, and you see what you're demanding from your wife and your household, and you got to ask yourself. Well, all of us should ask ourselves, because I think about these things. If I'm asking these brothers to do X, Y, Z, what am I doing? I see these brothers are dead ass tired. Am I sitting back here and not exhausting myself? That's how you stay connected to your flock. That's how you can maintain a better relationship with your wife, is by having that sensitivity. That doesn't mean you're not going to push or demand anything from your wife at home. Doesn't mean that as a leader you don't push anything from your men. But there has to be the mindset that whatever I push you through, I'm willing to push myself through. So at least we're all on the same battle playing field. At least we're sitting here all trying to fight, versus it being one-sided, and then there begins to be this lordship that goes on. But I did get your question, sis. You said, what if we don't pray out loud?
Yeah.
I would imagine the Most High would sit back here and create a situation for, the scripture says, whatever is done in the dark is brought out in the light. Exactly. And that's the thing, that there should be no real reason why you wouldn't tell your husband what you're praying for.
Right.
But if you're saying something or you're praying for something in the darkness, the Most High will bring it out anyway, so the husband can decide if he's going to renege it or not.
Right.
So whether you don't say it, the Most High brings it out, or if there's something on your spirit, you should go pray and ask for it anyway and tell your husband. Yes, sis.
I have a question. But if, let's say, if that woman has, or that husband have, that, like, if let's say it's a woman, and she has a husband that's totally off and contrary, she's still not able to pray for that husband.
See, now we're in Babylon town, and I'm not saying that in a light manner. You gotta understand, all this was intended for the husband and wife to be in order.
Okay.
And the husband is supposed to be locked into the Most High in Christ, and the wife was supposed to be locked into the Most High in Christ, or the father and daughter. And with that being the case, there was supposed to be this understanding that in a household that was decently in order, that husband can sit back here and direct his wife how he thinks he needs to in a house that is in order. Now, if you got a house where the husband is wilding out and is living his own life, then I truly believe the Most High will listen to her prayers.
Isn't that in Samuel? Isn't that in Samuel? When David was there?
That was, you talking about when the wife, he ended up taking her to wife. This dude was like wilding out on David, cursing out David, and she sat back here and took care of her.
Isn't the ball?
You know what? The name, I don't have the name on the top of my head, but it could be. Because in a situation like that, you'll have the sister who is trying to live right and do right by the Most High,
Right.
and then the husband was wilding out trying to,
Right.
and was pro Saul. He was pro Saul. So in that situation, once again, the Most High showed that he was with the woman that was in order, and not with the guy that was out of order.
I guess that vow is like a personal request.
Mm-hmm.
If I guess the vow is for a woman to say, like, they're personally asking for something for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it makes sense to have the woman talk to her husband. This is what I would like. This is what I want.
Okay.
And the husband say, "Can't Allah."
But you can see that's the thing is this. This conversation can get very sticky. Okay, so now if I see a flaw in my husband, now all of a sudden I can go around him and pray to the Most High, and the Most High will just usurp himself around him because I'm pissed off at him and I saw a flaw. How wicked is wicked? How wicked is ultra wicked? Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I've seen certain scenarios where, say for instance, the husband is having problems now, or might not be perfectly on point now. Does she still have to stay in order? Or does she get to sit back and do what she wants? I would still say she has to be in order. And I would say maybe, kind of on your point, what is she requesting? What is she asking for? What is the vow for?
Yeah.
Like
an example would be, oh, you know what? I'm coming to class. I'm new. I'm coming to class, but he don't want to have anything to do with class.
Mm-hmm.
But he's demanding for me to do the wifely duties.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to do world. I want to go in everything world. Can she come back and say, you know what, Father, I'm going to submit to this man. Allow me, give me the strength and put a good spirit, or should she just let it be and let the Most High decide if this man was even meant to be?
I need you to say that again, because that was a lot right there.
Okay, I was saying, like, if it's a new person
Yes.
coming in,
New sister.
a new sister,
Okay.
they're coming in, they find out, okay, they're Jesus love them, they coming to do Jesus stuff.
It's a good thing.
So, but they
It's a good
have a
thing when you do
husband
Jesus
now
things.
that the husband wasn't the one that brought them. They're coming in.
Yes. So
And
the
they don't
husband
have
wants to
it-
smoke and do his thing.
Yes, he wants to do him.
Yeah.
Jesus great, and but he knows about
That
the
happens a
knowledge.
lot.
He knows about the knowledge. Okay, how to mold the woman. Got to be submit to me, cook for me, whatever. She's like, okay, I'm willing to do
So
this.
he's gonna use that to his advantage.
To his advantage. Can she come back and say, you know what, Father, please put a good spirit on my husband to come and be about the body, or should she just let that be, still submit and let the Most High do what the Most High do?
Well, see now this question, just to make sure you understand, that question isn't on lines with this.
Okay.
That question is more like a 2 Corinthians 7.
1 Corinthians
Yes,
7.
1 Corinthians 7, because it talks about if the unbelieving wife, with the believing wife, is pleased to be with the unbelieving husband, then cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
This is still about, ideally, in a home that doesn't have this level of confusion based off the numerous captivities and influences that was in our people. Yes.
I said, let me write it down.
But yeah, 1 Corinthians 7 would be the angle, because that's more about these homes that were, I didn't see the text, I'm sorry. But 1 Corinthians 7 is more about how, I guess, families were at that particular time in life. You had many split households and different believing levels of belief in homes at that time versus this time. At this time, you had an entire family that was taught the Most High, taught the law, and this is how it's supposed to be in an ideal household or ideal circumstance in a household.
Okay, so this is ideal.
Yes.
When the vow that we're talking Deuteronomy.
So where the husband can sit back and nullify a person's vow.
Because he's on point with the Most High.
That's
so
the
that'll
point.
make sense.
That's the point.
Okay.
Now, when we get into Corinthians, everything kind of changes up.
Okay.
Because you have different people's belief systems and so forth and so on.
Okay.
But as you can see, it wasn't meant to be that way. But it just ended up being that way. Okay.
Because it said, I'm sorry.
You got what you gonna say?
But it says that the unbelieving depart.
Let them depart. That's what I'm trying to say. In a scenario in 1 Corinthians 7, That relationship only works if the one who's believing is willing to stay with the person who's unbelieving. But if there's an issue and he or she doesn't want to deal with the unbelieving person, then hey man, it's best to go your separate ways. But that's the choice of the believing partner. That makes sense?
It does.
I thought it was an unbelieving partner.
No.
Oh no, you're saying it's the choice of the believing.
Of the believing partner to keep this thing going,
keep it going.
to tolerate all the
Right.
residual that comes from the damn unbelieving person. If they're able to sit back here and come to a, I guess, to a respectable medium, then cool. If not, it's not going to work out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So let's go. We're in Numbers 30 and what?
And 9.
Okay.
Numbers chapter 30 and 9. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her.
Okay.
And
so every vow, woman that's not spoken for by a husband, all her vows are going to be bound by her. Read on.
And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand.
So if the husband hears it, and he does anything, he does nothing about it, then it stands also in the home. Read on.
Verse 12. But if her husband hath utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceedeth out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband hath made them void, and the Most High shall forgive her.
Mm-hmm.
Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void.
So listen, it boils down to every vow and every bounding or binding oath to afflict the soul. How do we afflict the soul? She might want to fast. You're like, no, I don't want you to fast. She might want to abstain from sexual intercourse. You must say, no, I don't want you to do that. It's still up to the husband to sit back here and thumbs up or thumbs down it. Read on.
But if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he established all her vows, or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirmeth them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them.
So he says, but if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he established all her vows or her bounds which are upon her. Meaning, if he hears it and he doesn't say anything against it, then he's co-signing every vow that she's vowed. Okay, read on. Shalom, everybody online once again. Continue.
Numbers chapter 30, verse 15. But if he shall in any ways make them void after that he hath heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity.
So what he can't switch up. Once he's heard the vows the sister want to say, and then he let it roll, and then he switches up midstream and says, no, I don't want that to happen. Now, he's going to deal with the consequences of forcing her to break her vows. And that sins on him. So what he's also showing you is that there is a consequence to breaking your vow. He's just showing you the laws and the process of a sister that, because she doesn't have all the control in the world to maintain her vow if the husband or father nullifies it. But he's still showing you, if you break your vow, there is a punishment behind it that we don't really want to deal with. Read on.
Verse 16. These are the statutes which the Most High commanded Moses, between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers chapter 31. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterwards shalt thou be gathered unto thy people.
Now we read this 2 weeks ago, and we kind of talked about how Moses sat back here and sent, I think, 1,000 men from each tribe to take out the Midianites. I guess I jumped the gun on it, because when we read the verse in Numbers, I think it was like 24, 25. Matter of fact, you don't got to go here, but in Numbers 25 and 17, Moses said, vex the Midianites and smite them. And that was when I kind of jumped in the Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 7, paragraph 1. But we're not going to read it again. But chapter 31 goes into the specifics about what happened when we went down to Midian. And we sat back here and exacted revenge on the Midianites for sending those women from Baal Peor to sit back here and coerce the young men to go against the Heavenly Father by orders of Balaam and the councils with the people of Moab. So let's read that.
Verse 3. And Moses spake unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianites, and avenge the Most High of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Israel shall ye send to the war.
So 12,000 men, 1,000 of each tribe, you're going to march down to Midian. Midian was south. Midian was below Moab and Edom. Then you had Midian. Read on.
So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war.
So Phinehas was their captain, their military captain, when they went down to war. Okay? Ready? And okay, so keep going.
Verse 6, latter half. With the holy instruments and the trumpets to blow in his hand.
Okay? So the trumpets obviously were used for signals of war, for sounds of war, and they brought all their wartime paraphernalia, but it was just 12,000 men. Read on.
And they warred against the Midianites, as the Most High commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, besides the rest of them, and that were slain, namely Evi, and Rakem, and Zor, and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also the son of Beor they slew with the sword.
And they didn't talk about that in the Antiquities of the Jews, but they took out Balaam, the one that sat back here and orchestrated the plot to take out the Jews. So the same person that was talked about earlier in Numbers that prayed a blessing to the Jews got smote or got smitten right here. Because after he sat back here, and that's why it's important to kind of go and mirror it with the Josephus, because the Bible didn't tell you that Balaam, after he blessed the Jews, went back home and told Moab how to break them. They didn't say that part, but it was the true part. So continue.
And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle.
So my question is this: why in the hell did Israel bring all the women home? Why did they take all the gals? Huh? He said all the gals and the kids. What's that?
Because that's how you destroy a nation.
That's not true.
But if you slay all the men and you take the women, you don't trace your lineage through the women, you trace it through the males.
No, that's true. I get that.
Kill them all.
But they took all the women.
Okay.
Not just the ones that were virgins. Normally they take the virgins and they cut their hair and then let them mourn for a year, and then you take them. That was like the law of war in Deuteronomy 20. We're going to take all the gals. The same gals that were responsible for breaking them
Okay.
just 2 weeks ago. We're going to take these bad gals up back home. Come on, what's the motive behind it? Anyway, Moses is going to react the exact same way he was supposed to react when they did this. So they got all the spoils of war. When you read in the Josephus, they're bringing thousands of cattle up. They're bringing significant items. I'm gonna read this real quick. You don't gotta go there. I'm just gonna read it out loud. It's Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 7, paragraph 1, the bottom half of the paragraph, and it just says that 52,000 beeves, which were those huge bulls, 75,600 sheep, 600 asses, with an immense quantity of gold and silver furniture, which the Midianites made use of in their houses, for they were so wealthy, they were very luxurious. They also had led captive about 32,000 virgins, What they didn't say is that there was a bunch of regular women too. So it was 32,000 virgins and all the women in the nation and all the kids. So it was great spoil that they had acquired taking out the Midianites. Okay, so now we are at Numbers 31 and
9, latter half.
9.
In all their flocks, in all their goods.
So they took all their cattle, which 30,000, many thousands of cattle, all their goods. Read on.
And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. And they brought the captives and the prey and the spoil unto Moses and Eleazar the priest, and unto the congregation of the children of Israel, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Jordan near Jericho. And Moses and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the congregation went forth to meet them without the camp.
So Moses and Eleazar met them in front of the camp before everybody else could see what's going on. So read on.
And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moses said unto them, have ye saved all the women alive?
You're saving all the women. You want all the women to yourselves. Like you can go. Come on. You coming too? You coming too? Come on.
When you know what they did, and you're still asking what they did.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, wait a minute. Before I ask you why, did you just do this?
That's what I'm saying. Didn't y'all just as a nation? Simeon got wiped out in half. There was like 22,000 men of war when it was at least all the other tribes had 43 to 46, maybe 50,000 men. They were knocked down to 22,000 because of this exact incident with Zimri. And they're like, listen, why are you sitting back here doing this? Why are you sitting back here bringing the same damn gals that came to the club last week? You know where their head is at.
So that concupiscence?
Hell, he lust. I ain't gonna make it a fancy word. Lust.
Concupiscence is supposed to be like the strong.
Yeah, I'm gonna say lust. They want it. They want it in. So let's keep going.
Verse 16. Behold, these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Most High in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the congregation of the Most High.
You lost thousands of people because of this. And you're bringing these same women. Listen, he's saying, listen, these women that are married, they believe in these gods and religions. What are you doing? Read on.
Verse 17. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him.
You had to take out all the men, all the kids, because all the kids, the little 4-year-old boy turns into a damn what?
Man.
Grown ass man that's an enemy of the nation. They kept all the kids. Make them listen. Don't try to make all of them happy. Why would they not take the kids out? Why would they not take the kids out? It would have made the women happy,
Yeah. Oh wow.
That's part of it.
Right.
That's part of it. They can say yes, they will be slaves in our kingdom. All right, B.
Could you not keep the little boys but castrate them?
That's how the nations roll. That's how the nations roll.
Yeah,
not us.
That's them Haitians, man.
Well, the Haitians.
I'm just saying.
Listen, don't throw that out there, man. You can't. You got Levi line, man.
Not Levi. I'm saying.
God. Okay. I'm gonna say this. That's a nation's thing. I didn't know that's messed up, but that's a nation's thing. Okay. That's like the eunuch. That's the old eunuch zone.
You keep them as servants, but they can't reproduce that nation so long as they're castrated.
Bro, like I said, that's torture right there. I was just in this man's life, sitting back here doing that, bro. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's just torture.
That is. Let's keep reading.
Verse 18. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
The women children, you can develop them. That have not had a man, you can develop their spirit and they can be servants to your households. But these women who have been with men, their kids, they got to go. The male children, they got to go. to eliminate that influence. Read on.
Verse 19. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days. Whosoever hath killed any person, and whosoever hath touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day.
Is that's the law of like cleansing and purging yourself before you're allowed to come back to the camp. 3rd and 7th day, cleanse yourself. Read on.
And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood.
Mm-hmm.
And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle, This is the ordinance of the law which the Most High commanded Moses. Only the gold and the silver, the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that may abide by the fire, you shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be cleaned. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation, and all that abideth not the fire, you shall make go through the water. And you shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall clean, Slakia, and you shall be clean, and afterward you shall come into the camp.
So what he's saying, even the vessels that the spoils of war, they have to be purged. They have to be cleansed. And what they said is, obviously there's 2 major cleansing agents. You have fire and water. He says the items that can handle the fire, put them through the fire. If they cannot, you put them through the water. Oh, that or just, they said the gold and silver, they were gold and silver chairs.
Oh, okay.
That's a hard ass chair to table to sit on, but you can get put through the fire. That can get put through the fire and not change its form. But the other items that will change their form through the fire, you wash them, you clean them with water, and that's how they're purified. Okay, what you gonna say?
I was just thinking like even that level of separation from these other nations, even the things they touched.
Yep. Yep. But he was also training the people. Like, listen, we had to learn that touch not, taste not, influence not. What Most I was trying to teach us that everything that came from the nations was a legitimate threat to our spiritual cleanliness and safety.
Wow. Didn't he do that
This
with
part
Abraham
of
too?
I think it with everybody.
Like when Abram changed it, he was anointed as Abraham, because he had I go back and study on it, but he had to, like, it was his clothing. He had to come new, completely new to the Most High. Right?
Well, because he wanted us to be, he was consistently trying to separate us from the influence. Because he knew our spirit. Our spirit was based upon what? We're always curious about what the nations were doing. We're always curious about the worldly influences.
Right.
So everything that he had set up was to try to instill in our minds not to partake in what they partake in. So let's keep going. We're in Numbers 31, I think 25.
25.
Yeah.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, thou and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation, and divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them, who went out to battle, and between all the congregation.
So what he's saying is 50% of the spoils went to the people who actually fought, and the other 50% can go to the Israel and split it out even. Okay? That was a lot of resources. But let's keep going.
Verse 28. And levy a tribute unto the Most High of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons, and of the beeves, and of the asses, and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest, for an heave offering of the Most High.
So this is, there's a tribute or a tithe or an offering that all the men of war that got all this stuff for the battle, they would have to sit back here and give for each man 500 of these significant animals to the priest. Okay, that will set up the priests and their families as they go into the kingdom. Don't forget, they got I would say it was 200. No, it says 52,000 beeves. There were huge, large numbers of animals that there was enough for the warriors. They can give up some of what they had to the priests, and everybody would still be covered. Okay, read on.
And of the children of Israel's half, thou shalt take one portion of 50 of the persons, of the beeves, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle of the Most High. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Most High commanded Moses.
So pretty much, the Israelites, they got half of the portion. They had to cut their piece up and give it to the Levites. And the warriors who fought, they had to give a piece of theirs to the Levites too. Okay, read on.
And the booty, being the rest of the prey, which the men of war had caught, was 600,000, and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and threescore and 12,000 beeves, and threescore and 1,000 asses, and 30 and 2,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with them.
That was a large win. Most I kept blessing them in preparation for their next endeavor.
You always have to work for it.
Hmm?
You always have to work for it.
You have to fight for it.
Fight for it, man.
So it's a combination of work ethic, fighting for it, and upholding the principles to the greatest of your ability. It was the combination of all of them that ensured the victory and the blessings. Continue.
And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,000, and 7, and 30,000, and 500 sheep. And the Most High's tribute of the sheep was 615. And the beeves were 30 and 6,000, of which the Most High's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which the Most High's tribute was 301. And the persons were 16,000, of which the Most High's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the Most High's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as the Most High commanded Moses. And of the children of Israel's half, which Moses divided from the men that warred, now the half that pertained unto the congregation was 300,000, and 30,000, and 7,000, and 500 sheep, and 30 and 6,000 beeves, and 30,000 asses, and 500, and 16,000 persons. Even of the children of Israel's half, Moses took one portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them unto the Levites, which kept the charge of the tabernacle of the Most High, as the Most High commanded Moses. And the officers, which were of thousands of the host, the captains of thousands, and the captains of hundreds, came near unto Moses. And they said unto Moses, Thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war, which are under our charge, and there lacketh not one man of us.
So everybody was taken care of. Everybody had what they needed. None lacked. Read on.
We have therefore brought an oblation for the Most High, what every man hath gotten, of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before the Most High.
So listen, on top of everybody getting things, the people came back to Moses and gave and offered more. Okay. It also shows that Israel did have a capacity to give. And to give when they had abundance. The whole nation was thriving. Yes, sir. What you think?
So is this? So I was just kind of just thinking over. So the effort, of course, that was always behind us getting our blessings. Was this because maybe this is not for right now, but the transgressions of Adam, because we by the sweat of our brow, we will always have to retain our blessing. It wasn't just given; it was only given to Adam. But ever since then,
we had to work for it.
It was always work.
And it was painstaking work.
Is this a part of that?
Well, I think when you're reading all the scriptures, you have to understand the whole script. When you read them, I would say Hebrews 10 and 7, you have to read the volume of the book. And the volume of the book, when you sit back and read the totality of it, you start seeing the same reoccurring patterns of what it takes for a man or woman for a man or a woman to get on the Heavenly Father's good side. It shows you that. Whether it's when you sat back here, I had a few months ago, I had a class about work ethic. It was a Monday months ago, and it talked about how the different people who worked hard and were pure of thought and had pure outlook towards the Most High, along with their work ethic, the Most High honored them. Whether it was Jacob and his family, Jacob and his sons were well known for their diligence and their work ethic. And then you take this concept when we were standing up for what was right is one. Then the work ethic behind the discipline, the work ethic behind the spiritual discipline, is what brought about the blessings. But you can see that in multiple different story settings when you read about Israel when they were working hard, they were dedicating, and their mindset was right. I got a class coming up in a little bit, and I was really highlighting the word alacrity. And that word really hit me when it talked about great men in the Most High Christ, and how not only did they work and they were dedicated, but they were happy and pleased doing the work. But that's another story. But back on your point, it was an accumulation of stories give you the same formula, time in and time out.
Okay.
They were at peace. They worked hard. They eradicated negative out amongst the camp. The Most High blessed them. Spirit was good. Life was good. They started seeing, you know what? You can say this. They started seeing the benefit of being in order. And unfortunately, a carnal people needed to see victories before they started believing in the invisible power.
So if you keep fighting for it, having to fight for it keeps you motivated to keep it.
And that is why the Most High continues to keep us fighting. Because what you are going to read in Joshua is once everybody got their land, what did everybody start doing?
Getting relaxed, comfortable, sinning.
They said they became effeminate.
Okay.
And they became effeminate and they got comfortable and they seeked pleasure. They seeked ease.
That's another definition of effeminacy.
And that exactly is the desire for comfort. And that was really the beginning of the decay of Israel after we crossed over Jordan and got all the victories. And then you also listen, we're going into Josephus after Deuteronomy, so that's coming. But it's showing you when Israel gets complacent, we start to break up. We start getting weak. We start making mistakes. So this is why Moses said, choose ye this day life or death. You have to choose to live a life of discomfort so you can keep growing spiritually, or you get in your car and push the coast button, or it's not the coast button, it's the cruise control, and you live your life in the cruise control, and you start making mistakes. And if any of us really understand how the Most High works, you can see that. When you're not pushing yourself, if you're not in this constant state of aggravation,
right,
that aggravation and that fight keeps you fixated on the Most High.
right.
When there's no fight, you're comfortable. This is why when they talk about David's men, what made David's men so potent?
Because
They were chafed
in
the scripture said they were chafed in the
right.
minds.
Okay.
They were chafed, which is vexed. It's a form of vexation. It is a form of discomfort. They were uncomfortable, therefore they were able to stay spiritually connected. Because the Most High has to create these uncomfortable scenarios to keep you in the spirit of fighting. Because once there's no battle, then people make mistakes and they get comfortable, they start seeking pleasure, then they start sinning.
And the no fighting, no affliction separates us from the Most High, and that separation brings the effeminacy, and also that. So it's just another aspect of manhood. The closer I am to the Father, the more man I am.
So then the thing is this: if I want to stay close to the Most High, I better continue to work on manufacturing intensity. I better manufacture challenges. I better manufacture disciplines. I better manufacture spiritual projects to keep me reaching out and striving to please the Heavenly Father. Because if you don't start manufacturing these disciplines, the Most High will manufacture chaos around you to get you going. That's the point. It's still about you better keep fighting battles. Listen, what was the whole point of going to the tabernacle every day for sacrifice? is to keep the remembrance of me. When Israel stopped remembering the Most High is when they started to sin. So if we're sharp, if we really understand what the word is teaching us, I better create scenarios that will keep me conscious of pleasing the Heavenly Father.
Right, because either you're going to willingly do the work or be thrown into it.
God, I will never forget, years ago in San Antonio, when we were in building school mode, man, everything was potent. Everything was life or death. I tell you what, everybody was in a beautiful fighting spirit. Things started falling apart when there was no other, there was no longer a school to fight for, and we were just sitting back here reading the scriptures every day. Then we had to fight to manufacture urgency, manufacture fighting. What should have been done is back in the mid to late 90s after the school was built, we should have branched off. Branching off would have forced everybody to keep fighting and kept everybody on their toes. And this is another story, this is another lesson for all Israel. When you sit back here and get complacent and you put too many people in one place for too long, you weaken the batch. You weaken the crew. Everybody has to get pushed. That's where you get the best out of the men around you. You sit back here for 30, 40 minutes in one place, you can't get nothing done with them. Too many people. You're better off splitting it up and letting some men exercise and work on their faith over here, while other young men are working on their faith over here. Everybody stays humble. Everybody learns to trust the Heavenly Father on a higher level.
So that was the vastness of Solomon's kingdom, the kingdom of gold.
What do you mean?
Meaning, he kept everyone motivated and everyone
Yes.
willing, right?
I tell you what, everybody was able to stay more focused because everybody was working to build that temple. That was a significant, because he had everybody building the temple and his home. So those were two major projects. Those were two major projects, but they were also built on the blood, sweat, and tears of David. Because during David's empire, he put all the surrounding nations in subjection. So they were busy kicking Philistines' ass, taking out Edom, taking down Moab, securing the structure so that Solomon can be the king of peace. Solomon couldn't have been the king of peace without David building his kingdom on a bloody throne. That's why the Most High said, David, you can't be the guy who ushers in my temple because you got too much blood in your hands. But that blood was necessary for peace. The war had to happen first so the peace could come afterwards. Anyway, but the crazy thing is, even for San Antonio, once we sit back here and attain the goal we need to attain in San Antonio, it's time to go somewhere else. That's how the heads can keep growing. And that's how the young men up under us can go take the next seat of responsibility, and they can grow, and they can challenge themselves. Everybody stays humble. The key to pleasing the Most High is everybody staying uncomfortable. The more uncomfortable you are, the more you have to rely on the Heavenly Father. And the less you rely on your wits and your wisdom and how you look at things. That is the key. If you want to stay potent, if you want to get dull and dry out, you sit back here and stay in your predictable environments that you can control.
So that's why there's a difference between what we're doing in the world, because in the world, they only work hard to attain the comfort.
Exactly. And once you get the comfort, I don't got to stress. No, I don't got to stress. I don't got to sit back here and study. The Bible hits harder when you need to sit back here and read this shit, or everything around your building is falling apart. If I don't fight my battle here, everything falls. Versus, I can go through the motions, make my bread, live my life, and you know what? It doesn't matter. You know what? I make a mistake or two, don't matter.
So our motivation is supposed to be this constant growth. It's no retirement. There's no stop.
No.
It's just each battle gets me closer to the Father. Each battle makes me more potent.
Esau
never supposed to hit a cap.
Esau understands this in the carnal. You ever see those guys on National Geographic, or those mountain men, or those thrill seekers, those guys who climb in Mount Everest, and then 1 week is Mount Everest, and after that they're going to Mount Kilimanjaro, And they're sitting back here just going for the next mountain or the next challenge. I'm like, why are you going to these mountains? Why do you climb Mount Kilimanjaro? Why do you risk your life? Because it's there, man. They understood that in the world, life was about challenging and pushing yourself to limits. We have to understand the same thing with the Most High. Spiritual life, spiritual growth is about how much can I push myself to get the most out of myself for the Heavenly Father. Because when everything is said and done, and I see the Heavenly Father, what am I going to tell him I did for him? What am I going to say when everything is said and done? What are your works, O Lord? What did you do for me? How did you sit back here and inconvenience your life so that my word can be brought out? Like I said, this is not about saying one man can make the kingdom and another one can't. It's not about that. I'm not the one to sit back here and make that determination. None of us are. But you know what? If the righteous shall scarcely be saved, and the Most High keeps that concept out there dangling in front of you, saying the person who's on point is going to barely make it. So are you going to say that you're righteous and that you've done enough and that you've sacrificed enough to be referred to as the righteous? He gives us so many clues. He even told us about how the righteousness of the law is not enough to be deemed righteous. He tells us that all the damn time, right?
I heard that scripture like about 50 something times.
Yes.
But it really hit now though.
Because, the reality is, listen, he's telling you the law was made for the what?
Wicked.
The lawless. So once you're not lawless anymore, then what am I supposed to be doing with my life? Keep law boxing? I'm just gonna keep pounding the law all damn day long when you're not lawless anymore? There's gotta be some type of execution of the law. Some type of living it and seeing that others live it to get the most out of the lessons the Most High gave to you. If now the law has transformed you into a law-abiding, powerful person, then who and how are you using it to benefit the people around you? Didn't Christ tell Peter, if you love me, feed my sheep? And he said it 3 times. Because that was the lesson. What good is all this time you spent with me if you're not going to take what I've done with you and share it to the world? And then you take that concept and you line it up with Peter when Peter said the glory of the Most High was in teaching His word where Christ's name hadn't been preached before. And that was why it wasn't Peter, it was Paul. That was why Paul sat back here. The Jews knew they were Jews in Jerusalem. They had Peter. Now somebody had to go and teach these damn Scythians, these damn barbarians, all these damn Israelites that were scattered through all of Europe, Asia and Asia Minor. Somebody had to teach them. Because when you link up, I think you were there. Well, I showed you that map. Yeah, where it showed you where the Assyrian Empire, when they took 9.5 tribes out and took them to Assyria, we ended up naming ourselves after we left the Assyrian captivity, Scythians, Cimmerians, which eventually became the Galatians. All these different people that Paul ended up teaching were those scattered 9.5 tribes that were part of the first diaspora in 700 BC. Point is this: who's going to teach these scattered Jews in these different lands and countries? Who's going to commit their life to it? The scripture also says the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are what? There's not many people that want to commit themselves to teach the sick. So you know what? All I can say is if I was in Esau's schools, if I wanted to ensure a passing grade, what do you have to do?
Study.
And the crazy thing is, you have to study until you know the information. There's a level of commitment that you have to dedicate yourself to make sure you know you got it. The Most High sits back here and has the same standard for us. How hard are you going to work to assure that you've done enough to please me? We still deal with, listen, there's certain people on earth that love the Most High, but are limited in their scope and ability, and their ability to sit back here and touch people on a large level. But then there's us. If we don't have mental or physical things keeping us back from learning and teaching and giving, then what's holding us back from teaching? I've seen amongst Israel the sick, and I've seen Israel that their life battle is going to be just to overcome this lust or this mental deficiency. I've seen it coming through these doors. Then there's Israel who are capable, sharp, intelligent, spirited people that don't cross that threshold. And once again, I'm not the judge, jury, executioner. But my job is to sit back and say, hey man, nobody's guaranteed to make it to the kingdom just because we know the information. We better work and bust our tail to make our calling and election what? Sure. And that threat, you can call it a threat or pressure. Hey man, that feeling is on everybody in this room and everybody online listening. Everybody who's ever sat back here and gotten this information and learned it for themselves. Because it tells you in 2 Peter 2:2, 2 Timothy 2:15, everyone said, get this information and teach other people. No, it's 2:2, not 2:15. Yeah, 2 Timothy 2:2. I'm going to read it real quick. We're going on script. We'll go back.
2 Timothy.
Yep.
And the things that thou hast heard of.
Yep. Read that.
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 2. And the things that thou hast heard of me among many witnesses, the same commit thou to faithful men, who shall be able to teach others also.
So, listen, we're supposed to sit back here and all the information that we've heard from the witnesses that taught us. It says, the same commit thou to faithful men. A lot of times we think, and this was the mantra that a lot of people back in the day, they thought they could teach, and they would say that they were, I sealed that guy today. Brothers back in Israel, I'm talking about back in my day in the 90s. They would sit back here and meet somebody, drop some information on them. He said, oh, they were sealed today. Like, what the hell does sealed mean? Sealed in Israel's head was like, I told you the law. Now it's your responsibility to figure everything else out and find out whatever you got to learn and learn what you got to learn. But I did my job. I taught you the scriptures. Now I'm off the hook. This scripture says, for the same amount of information and time that was invested into you, he said we're supposed to commit this information to faithful men who will be able to teach others also. But the teaching also means commitment. If I was committed to, the Most High expects that same level of commitment to be given to someone else. That's how people get developed. Commitment, consistency, the attention to detail necessary to develop another person. That's the process. That's what's necessary. Okay. Let's go back to where we're at in Numbers.
Numbers chapter 31 and 51.
Yes, let's do that.
Numbers chapter 31 and 51. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all the wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to the Most High, of the captains of thousands and of the captains of hundreds, were 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of the congregation for a memorial for the children of Israel before the Most High.
So they brought all the gold and all the spoils of war, and they put it into the tabernacle as a reminder that what? It says as a memorial for the children of Israel before the Lord. It was a reminder that what? When you do things the right way, you get blessed. Now listen, the Most High constantly left items. Like for instance, when it talked about that rod that budded almonds, that proved that Aaron and Moses were God's chosen people. You'll read all throughout the scriptures these stories and these concepts. And back in the day when we had a tabernacle, these items and monuments, the reminders of victories, were kept at eyes distance so that the people can see. And it's important for me to express this to you guys, because if you don't, a lot of us will remember all the failures and the mistakes, and we'll let the failures and mistakes define who we are. But it's so important that you remember the victories. It's so important that you remember the times that when you did right, the Most High honored you. The times when you studied and you dedicated and you committed and you made the right decision, the Most High honored you. How many of y'all can look into your life and remember all the times the Most High worked with you and what you were doing specifically to get rewarded? You need those stories. You need those reminders to help cross you through the next threshold in your life. Too many times we forget that the Most High was with us. We forget that the Most High has blessed us, and we might remember that we got blessed, but we forget the formula. There is a spiritual formula that we all have to go through in order for the Most High in order for us to replicate the result. But anyway, let's keep going.
Numbers chapter 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle.
Listen, that land, Gilead, east of the Jordan, was plush, quality land. Okay? So let's keep going. This is the land that the Jews took over Sihon and Og for when they first came up. One of their first major victories for the second generation of Israelites. When they came in and took the land of Og, they took Bashan. It was Sihon and Og of Bashan, and it was I think it was Sihon first. He was the weaker of the fighters, and then Og was on top. He was the greater of the fighters. But they took him out, and that was one of their first major battles. So now Reuben and Gad are like, listen, we need this land over here. It's great for our cattle. Can we get it? Let's keep going.
The children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke unto Moses and to Eleazar the priest and unto the princes of the congregation, saying, Adarah and Dadan and Jazer and Nimrah and Heshbon and Elealah and Sheban and Nebo and Beon, even the country which the Most High smote before the congregation of Israel, is a land for cattle, and thy servants have cattle. Wherefore, said they, if we have found grace in thy sight, let this land be given unto thy servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Jordan. And Moses said unto the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here?
So this was, and Moses had to think this way, because Israel's nature is to sit back and lay up after you get a couple victories. This is what he's showing about Israel. Once you get a couple victories, Israel wants to retire and chill out. Once your bills paid, and it's crazy. The Most High understands this about Israel. Once you get what you want, you gonna work hard for the Most High.
You say you will.
Everybody's. I promise, Lord, if I get this, I'll give 100% more. But the answer is no.
But you believe it.
Hell yeah, you do.
You feel it, like I know. Man, I know if I get this.
But you know the trick about blessings, the trick about the Most High giving us good things, is that when He gives you good things, you really can't enjoy the good things. If you're serving the Most High, isn't He a jealous power? So if I get the rib And the rip comes with the kids, guess what? I still got to teach every Saturday. Still got to go to work. You know how this society sets up their family times. Guess when the optimal time to deal with the families are. The way this world's structured.
It's time we had the least time.
Saturdays, Friday nights. That's when sporting events are hot. That's when all the different activities for the children are going on is on the weekends. But guess what? On those days you got to be. You got to be teaching the Bible. You got to be doing the work. So for all the things we say we want, a lot of times you can't even enjoy what you got because your energy and your spirit still has to be committed to the Heavenly Father. So what we do a lot of times, we want blessings and we want to be into our blessings. We want to have our, listen, sisters face it all the time. You want a husband. Where do you want your husband? At the house. With you.
So do we need to change? So is it that it's not enjoyment, or we need to change our perspective of what enjoyment is?
And that's what alacrity is.
Oh, okay.
Because alacrity deals with, you know what? Can I accept how the Most High really wants me to live and be at peace with it and be enthusiastic with it? Can I be happy that, because in the world, you'll have a man, and what's your man doing? He run the club at night, chasing other women, or doing dirt. And then you accept that, and now an Israelite man is always going to work for the Most High. I don't think I can do this. But you wanted an honorable man, right? You wanted a God-fearing man, right? This is what it takes. This is the consequence of having a man who serves the Heavenly Father. These are certain aspects that a lot of times we don't understand, and then we get angry and frustrated because we don't accept that you have the things you want, but it still comes with the sacrifice. I still owe the Most High, regardless. Brothers who want that rib, guess what? You're gonna be still teaching and working. You won't have a long time and a lot of time to indulge into the blessing that you're asking for. And can you accept that? This is the trade-off.
Acceptance brings the enjoyment.
Yes. And then because that's what the Most High is looking for when He's truly evaluating our spirit. I've always used it before in the past in an athletic terminology. It tells you that your film doesn't lie. Esau sits back here and looks at your game film. He looks at how you play in basketball, football, whatever sport you choose. He'll look at your game film, and based on your game film, you're getting evaluated. And based on your evaluation will determine if you get your next contract. So if my evaluations aren't consistent, I'm not going to get rewarded for what's coming next to me. The Most High is evaluating our conduct. Am I doing the work? Am I at peace and happy doing the work? Can I accept what the Most High has given me and not pout and get angry behind it? Yeah, that too. That's one example of it. So, let's continue in Numbers.
Chapter 32 and 7. And wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land which the Most High hath given them?
What He's also showing you in verse 7 is the power and impact of a handful of people being individualistic. If we're pushing a group to strength in a certain direction with how a camp is going, and then this certain handful of men are fighting and trying to fight, but then they see people around them that aren't fighting or aren't trying to fight at the same level as the group is getting fought or fighting, what ends up happening to that group? The group that's pushing harder than the group that's not pushing gets discouraged. And this is what Moses, listen, man, are y'all telling me y'all want to sit back here and chill in Gilead on the east side of Jordan and let your other 10 tribes go fight alone? What kind of dirtbag stuff is this? Because Moses was a wartime general first and foremost. Why is that important? Why is being a wartime general or wartime judge important?
Because he can, yes, it comes with understanding in the sense of you understand how this is going to affect the rest of your men.
Exactly.
If because he has experience in this.
And it wasn't like some Edomite way of setting up wars. Esau sit back here up in
morale.
Huh? Yeah, it is morale. Exactly, but Esau, the generals and the captains and the high guys will be somewhere else chilling and send the grunts out to die. How we roll, Moses was leading from the front in these fights. And when he no longer could do it, the guys that were going to get put up in leadership were the greatest and most valiant of fighters. So even the ones who got elevated were the most valiant of fighters in the group. When you read the first time we read about Joshua was when Israel was fighting the Amalekites, and we had earned all of their protective garments, their shields, and their not the weapons. The weapons came from Egypt, but the body armor, all the protective gear on top of the weapons we got from the Amalekites. And Joshua first showed his promise in war. And to the point where all the Jews were unanimously saying Joshua was the guy. This guy earned that respect. This guy earned that trust. So back to my point. Understanding war and understanding that you have to earn the men's respect and trust from leading from the front is what was the springboard of dealing with leadership.
They call it unity of effort.
Done. It's all about that. I have to lead from the front to inspire men to be the best they can be. But if I have people around me that aren't doing it, how is that fair to the people that are busting their tail? And this is what Moses understood. This was the mindset that every leader in Israel had to experience and deal with. Okay? So when Moses is telling them, listen, man, y'all not gonna sit back here and go to Gilead, chill, or we all go fight. Because now everybody's heart's gonna want to stay in Gilead and stay where you guys are at. It's gonna mess up the plan. But Moses understood about leadership. And that you had to lead from the front. If you didn't, you'd weaken the entire camp/church body. Read on.
Thus did your fathers when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land.
Mm-hmm.
From when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, and they should not go into the land which the Most High had given them.
So what he's saying is, I'm already dealing with the spirit of fear. I'm already dealing with Israel has fear in them from the beginning. They took out, like I said earlier, Sihon and Og. The first battle was the king in the first battle was very timid, very weak. The second battle, he was a greater fighter. So the Most High was like escalating the challenges as we went forward to Canaan. Just like he escalates our challenges. Our first battle that we overcome is a little light. Second battle is a little tougher, and they keep getting tougher, and the tougher they get, the more faith is required. But the good thing is, more faith is required, but you already have 2 or 3 battles under your belt to let you know that he's with you. So he's like, listen, Israel is still, they're feeling good, spirits are up, but we're dealing with a fickle, fragile people. And I can't take the risk of my people getting scared and wanting to go where you guys are at and not face their battle. So once again, leadership is all about pushing the entire body going one direction. And if there's people that don't want to go the same direction as we're going, we got to either force them to go our direction or create some type of a separation. That's the only way to pull this off. Because that's leadership 101. Does everybody understand what I'm saying?
God.
Let's continue.
And the Most High's anger was kindled the same time, and he sware, saying, Surely none of the men that came up out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swear unto Jacob, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob. Salakia. I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me.
So obviously the Most High is also saying in this verse, he honors you if you wholly follow him, completely follow him. But to wholly follow somebody is purely based on intention, happiness, motivation, and peace of mind in my pursuit of the Heavenly Father. We talked briefly about it last Monday about the Most High had a great issue with Israel because we kept complaining. Serving the Most High didn't make them happy. Doing that which is right wasn't good enough. And that's what pissed him off. So he understands the spirit that's in Israel. Read on.
Save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and Joshua, the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Most High.
For a person to wholly follow the Most High, you know what does that mean? I want another explanation of wholly following the Most High. Can anybody give me that answer?
All your thoughts, on all your intentions, all your focus is not on yourself.
And I was going to go, that's really close to where I was going. Because what it's saying is that a lot of our people, they will serve the Most High as long as it benefits them.
I had a question about that too.
Just keep that question, write it down real quick. Because our people will serve the Most High as long as it makes them feel good. They'll follow the law because the law does what? It gave them structure, it benefited them, it kept them right. Where Israel starts to go kind of off is when now the Most High is expecting things of them that don't benefit them. Because you got to understand, if you're going to be a servant, because didn't the Most High say in Leviticus 25:55 that the children of Israel are servants unto him, right? Do you really think that being a servant is based upon doing something that you want to do? The spirit of servitude is finding a way to find passion and making somebody else's passion your passion. That is what being a good servant is. Learning and adapting to take on another's passion as yours. Because that's what a wife has to do. Am I right or wrong? Outside of the law, the husband and wife are bound by the law, right? But do you think that a marriage is all about just the husband and wife agreeing with the law? Hell no. Not only does the wife have to agree on a law, the wife has to learn to share the same passions that her husband shares. If not, guess what happens? There's a rift in the relationship. Sisters, am I right? If you don't adapt to the husband's passions, then then the marriage isn't going to flow properly. It's no different than serving the Most High. If I don't learn to have the same passions for the things the Most High has passion for, then there's limits to our relationship. The law just allows us to sit back here and be able to communicate on the same level. But after that, it's about the passions. And do you have a passion for the Most High's passions? Because if you don't have a passion for the Most High's passion, there is a limit to how close and connected a relationship you'll have. And this is what wholly following the Most High is. Because the Jews were sitting back here not eating pork. You think pork was the culprit in a damn wilderness?
No.
Pork wasn't it, and it really wasn't even the serving of other gods. I don't remember, except for that one time when they were sitting back here, they sacrificed a molten calf. And after some of those guys got murked and they made everybody drink it, there was no more issues with the law until they got to the south part of Canaan. Then all of a sudden, other issues kept popping up. Their lack of happiness in pleasing the Most High. their lack of happiness in living the life that they were living, their fear, their doubt. All these things kept them from their kingdom. The Most High winked at their issue with idolatry. He stung them, and they moved on from it. And then he retaught them. The deal breaker was what? I'm just not happy. I'm not happy doing this. The question is this. If Israel wasn't happy pleasing the Most High, what was Israel trying to accomplish? They just wanted to live their life the way they wanted to live it. That was the issue. So he's like, they didn't wholly follow me because they wanted to live their life, and they weren't pleased with the life that I provided for them and the acceptance of the life that I provided for them. And for that reason, there's an issue. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, you did.
How do you renew and rid yourself of the mindset of wanting more for yourself?
You know what? I can tell you that from my own damn personal experience. The only thing that helped me rid myself from my personal goals and desires is what I learned how to invest into other men. That was the only thing that did it. You know, it's crazy. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sitting back here, and you have certain goals for yourself. Whether I want to go to the gym, I want to get a certain build. I want to sit back here and read a certain amount of books. I want to get a certain amount of knowledge. Whatever goal you might have in your life, I've been there, done that, bought a t-shirt. The only thing that started changing my mindset, and I'm going to tell you this, I didn't wake up in the morning in the knowledge, and all of a sudden I just switched into that mindset. I came into this truth, and I'm not going to, my initial goals, learning the Most High, was about, I'm going to be the baddest goddamn teacher around. And I can do what they're doing in time. That was my mindset. And I'm going to sit back here, and in every arena that I tap into, I'm going to be the best I can be. And that mindset wasn't going to allow me to keep growing in this realm. That was the start. Me learning how to improve myself and having a motivation to be the best I could be was only took me so far. I didn't really turn over and tap into the power the Most High gave me until I started sitting back here and at night. I remember this is what it started. At night, when I drove home, you know, I would play music and I would, you know, be into me, do me. But I learned I had to start going home and meditating on all the men that were under me. And meditating about why they do what they do, why they function the way they function, why they made the mistakes they made, why they thought the way they thought. And that accumulation was based upon conversations I had with them, conversations other brothers had with them, circumstances that all these men went through gave me a map of how to understand each individual I was thinking about. And what I would do is I would think about one person on the way home. And I would continue to dig and think and meditate to understand that one individual. So when I went back to work with him the next day, I can start finding ways to help pull him out of his deficiency. And that mindset started taking me out of me. Then I look up, and over time, me meditating on me wasn't the main thing anymore. And then eventually I had children, and I learned the same thing dealing with them. And I meditate every day about why my son rose this way or why my daughter rose this way. Can I give my mind to meditating on what needs to get done to improve him in this? Or what needs to be done to improve her in this? And it was the constant practice. But see, I didn't even get that way as a father until I learned how to meditate that way with the men. Because I was a young general before I was a father. So I had to sit back here and learn how to commit my mind to the whys and to studying and to practice studying their mannerisms and their reaction to things and their ups and their downs and their peaks and their valleys. And then when that ended up becoming more important than how I felt. What they needed and their ups and downs and their dynamics, and then the new set of people and their dynamics, That became more important than me. And I look up, and I would find happiness when I would see this person take this notch higher, grasp this much information, get more equipped in this arena. Then I would find peace in seeing this person's elevation. And that's when I realized that was the power of the Most High. Can I sit back here and be at peace with them growing? Now I can sit back here and I still knew I had to do X, Y, Z to get better. So I worked on it. But you become passionate in whatever you give your mind to long enough. That's where you get your passion and your desire based upon how much you dig and invest into whatever projects you create.
Would you say the increase in responsibility help you kind of like, I guess, get into that mindset?
The need definitely did. The need of the body forced me to zero in that way. Because you know what? We had a lot of young men who were lacking. And I remember that time in particular. I'm not going to name the names of the men, the young men that were there. But there was a lot of young men who lacked. And we weren't going to get out of the rut we were in as a camp until they got better. So it was like, it was still that fight or flight zone. But you see how we have to submit ourselves into situations that force the fight or flight to bring out the best in us. So I was in a fight or flight situation. Like, my job was really development of the men. And we're not going to get where we need to be unless I get my mind to what's going on with them on a daily, hourly, minutely, which ain't even the damn word, basis. And in the process of learning that skill and doing it every day, that became a passion. And all of a sudden, when that's a passion, then whatever you got going on means less. But you don't automatically wake up and switch gears like that. Scenarios, situations around you, decisions that you make put you into a position to where your next step of growth would be that fight or flight mindset. But you don't even learn that until you sit back and say, man, I'm just going to give myself to the Most High. And whatever happens, happens. Then once you're there, then what's necessary for me to grow spiritually, Most High keeps bringing things in my way that I have to overcome to get to the next battle. Then you overcome that, there's another battle. There's another battle. And you're so focused on fighting battles, you look, oh man, I've come a long way since 19, whatever the hell. But it's submitting yourself to the need of the body is what nurtures that growth. But I can tell you, if I wasn't sitting back here in San Antonio trying to develop men and being in a position where it was necessity, there'd be no need to push. And I'd still be living my life doing what I want to do with the law in me. But the necessity and the battle forced me to dedicate more. And that's where I got a greater understanding of my purpose and the purpose of what a leader is. Because you're only as good as the men that you have around you. You're only as potent as how well you can motivate and inspire the people around you. There's only so long you can sit there and say, oh, it's their fault. They just don't have it. Or they're just not good enough. These guys have flaws. You can keep saying that, or you can also say, man, you're just a trash leader. You're just not good at inspiring people. Which one is it? Usually it's a little bit of both. But I had to realize, listen, I can sit back here and keep saying what they're not doing, or I can get off my ass and figure out how to get more out of the men. And then that required giving my mind to truly understanding how they tick, with the intention of developing them spiritually at a stronger, higher level, which in turn, the Most High would bless all the body because everybody was growing. But everybody's growth, to a degree, was predicated on how hard leadership was going to work into inspiring and teaching and motivating and developing the whole group of people. Okay. So, did that answer your question? Give me 1 second, go to these restrooms. 1 second, John. If I could, nobody there? If you could let me go to the restaurant, I really appreciate it. Thank you real quick.
No, no, it's okay. It's okay. Are you okay? Okay. Oh, it's all right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. He was nice. You sure? All right. Shalaki, y'all. All right. Okay, we're back. So we're on Numbers 32
and 13.
and 13. Shalaki, y'all.
And the Most High's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Most High.
Now stop. Why are we going back into the history lesson again? Why are we going back into the history lesson? Because there is the hint. There is the option or the hint that Israel's getting weak again. Now, it's revealed that the Reubenites and the Gadites decided to go and cross Jordan to go to war. But as soon as the idea that weakness was going to pop up, now we got to go back in this lesson mode. Let's not forget what the hell happened with the Jews who was in the wilderness. Just a little while ago, we made it about ourselves and we fell. Let's not make the same mistake we made in the past. So, what you're realizing and what you're reading in Numbers, Exodus, Leviticus, the whole 9 Deuteronomy, you can't forget the lessons that built you up, and you can't forget the lessons that where you failed and you learned from your lesson in your personal life and amongst the Jews. Because the question is, how long does it take for an individual to grow? How about that? How long does it take for a person to grow and to learn from their mistakes?
It's at that person's pace.
It is at their pace, and it depends, but it's part of it is based upon how much information are you accumulating to come up with your decision. Am I counseling brothers? Am I really digging into myself? Am I reading scriptures and stories about the same habits that might have paralleled my habits that led to the downfall of Israel? Am I sitting back here and looking at my own flaws and looking at when I thought this certain way, what was the effect? I'm trying to show you psychologically what we did in the scriptures and how we're supposed to function now to continue to stop making the same mistakes and following the same patterns that broke us in the past. What I'm saying is this, okay, they're going over the history of Egypt, right? When there was a little example of, or a little show that there could be some selfishness and weakness coming around the nation. But this is how we have to operate when we get weak. When there's the idea of weakness coming, am I studying? Am I going back in the past? Am I going back in the past when I made mistakes? And what were the results of those mistakes? Can I hold on to that so I don't keep making the same mistakes moving forward? Do I study? Do I sit back and use the examples of people around me that made similar mistakes, and what were their fate? Instead of Israel being so judgmental and being so negative towards another person's flaw and mistake, you should take time to learn why they did what they did and why things didn't work out the way they were supposed to work out. So you can learn that lesson and take it for you. That's what you're supposed to do when you see others fall. What did they do wrong? How did their spirit operate? What was their fatal flaw, and why didn't it work out for them? You're supposed to accumulate all this information so you can be a better teacher, and also so you can operate and function better in your life. The problem is Israel forgets. We forget too quickly. In the day of, the scripture tells you, in the day of prosperity, a man forgets affliction. In the day of affliction, he forgets prosperity. What does that mean? Based off what's in front of me, I forget all the lessons the Most High gave me to prepare me for what's in front of me. If I'm catching hell, He's not going to give me something I can't handle. So, whatever level of affliction I'm catching, I caught an affliction similar to it, just on a lower level. Because that's how He develops us. And if I don't have the experience to fight this particular battle, I can read it in the Bible. Or there's a brother around me. Though I can use their story and lesson to fuel my fight. So once again, a lot of times, how long I continue to stew on my negative is based on how hard I want to work to acquire the necessary information so I can push forward. Am I getting too deep right now? Or too weird? Okay, there's a lot of quietness in here, man. I'm just making sure. I'm not, I'm not talking. Okay. So what I'm saying is, right as soon as we start to get a little weak, because it looked like Reuben and Gad were just trying to retire out and just chill with their cattle. Let these 10 guys, let these 10 tribes go do with that work. I got what I want. So as soon as there was a hint of weakness and selfishness, bam, the Most High got to come back and remind Israel about what broke us back then. Let's continue. Numbers 32 and what?
13.
Yeah.
And the Most High's anger was kindled against Israel, and He made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Most High was consumed.
He's like, listen, man, there was an entire generation that didn't wholly serve me, that didn't completely give themselves to being appreciative for what I've done, and I let them die. I'll do it again. Read on.
And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of the Most High toward Israel. For if ye turn away from after Him, He will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people.
Mm-hmm. So he's listen. He's like I just said it. If you don't stick to the plan and stay in order, I will leave you again, and I'll let this generation die off. Don't make the same mistakes your forefathers did. Read on.
And they came near unto him and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready armed before the children of Israel, until we have brought them unto their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities, because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return unto our houses until the children of Israel have inherited every man his inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side Jordan, or forward, because our inheritance is fallen to us on this side Jordan, eastward. And Moses said unto them, If ye will do this thing, if ye will go armed before the Most High to war, and will go all of your armed over Jordan before the Most High, until He hath driven out His enemies from before Him, and the land be subdued before the Most High, then afterward ye shall return, and be guiltless before the Most High, and before Israel. And this land shall be your possession before the Most High. But if ye will not do so, behold, ye have sinned against the Most High, and be sure your sin will find you out.
He's also showing you that sin, what sin would they have committed? By sitting back here and not going to war with them. The sin is in neglecting your brothers and not holding up to the vow that you made for the Most High. Okay? So this is still about that vow and honoring your vow. It still ties into honoring your vow. It still ties into being a man of your word and making sure that not letting your personal desires and wishes impede the necessity of the body's growth. Because he's also showing, listen, man, everybody's coming up, everybody's getting things. What gets in the way? Greed, selfishness, the desire to pursue what I want. That's always a present thing that could strangle and cripple development. Read on.
Build your cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which hath proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spake unto Moses, saying, Thy servants will do as my Lord commandeth. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead.
Mm-hmm.
But thy servants will pass over, every man armed for the war, before the Most High to battle, as my Lord saith.
So it still shows you what we talked about earlier about you might have your land and your blessing, but where does your mind and your heart got to be at? What the body needs. Especially when you're in building mode and setting up mode. Listen, your family has to come last so that the nation can be sustained. And this was where the fury of the Most High was about to sit back here and really jump on the Jews. You can't sit back here and make it about home and your family when there's so much more work to do. Another verse that kind of pops in my head is Micah chapter 2 and 10. Can you get it for me real quick? Micah 2 and 10.
Micah chapter 2, verse 10. Micah chapter 2, verse 10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest.
He said, arise and depart, because this world, this is not the place for us to get comfortable. This is the place where we have to sit back here and go fight and go to war and to help restore our people. This is not the place to get comfortable. This is the same scenario we're reading in Deuteronomy 32, where he's like, this ain't the time to get comfortable and sit back here and be on the east side of Gilead. Your brothers need you going into the west. Read on.
So concerning them, Moses commanded Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel.
This is Numbers 32 and 29 coming up. Read that.
And Moses said unto them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over Jordan, every man armed to battle before the Most High, and the land shall be subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession.
So he was like, listen, the whole land had to be subdued, and then the land would be theirs. Unfortunately, we were supposed to take over the west side of Jordan and take over the entire land of Canaan, but we didn't. We got 3/4 away and just chilled out and stopped. That shows us about our mindset also. We don't finish the battle. By nature, we seek comfort and ease. We read that in Joshua. Setting up vineyards was more important than securing our borders for generations to come. And like idiots, we got comfortable. And just like in our life, in arenas where you don't fight your battle in, they become major life distractions afterwards. The nation of people that didn't wipe out, guess who they were? The Philistines. And those Philistines were a thorn in our side for generations. Just like those weak things in our spirit that we don't overcome and fight because we want comfort, become thorns in our side through our entire life. The things you don't overcome, things you don't stay on top of. Anyway, let's continue.
Verse 30. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. All the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As the Lord hath said unto thy servants, so we will do.
So he says, if they don't pass over, then they can't have that land of Gilead. He says, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. Whatever they was going to do, they was going to sit back here and force him on the other side. If you didn't take Gilead, if you didn't follow with us and cross the Jordan, then you was going to lose the land you got. And this is the orders the Most High gave to Moses, and Moses gave to Jordan and Eleazar. not said Jordan, I meant Joshua and Eleazar. Read on.
Verse 32. We will pass over armed before the Most High into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of Canaan may be ours.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses gave unto them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and unto half the tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Shion, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan.
Now listen, Sihon was the weak king, Og was the stronger king. And that was higher up in the land. Read on.
Which the cities thereof in the coasts, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Didon, and Adaroth, and Arior, and Adaroth, Shofan, and Jazer, and Gogbihah, and Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fenced cities and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon, and Eliah, and Kirjatham, and Nebo, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Shibma, and gave our names unto the cities which they built.
Gave other names. God. Read on.
And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Amorite which was in it. And Moses gave Gilead unto Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt therein. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Havoth Jair. And Noboah went and took Kenath, and the villages thereof, and called it Noboah, after his own name.
So now we have on the east side of Jordan, it was some Reuben, Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh had those lands, and they were set up on the condition that they crossed over Jordan when it was time to fight, to make sure the wars on the west were covered. Then they go back to their land east of Gilead. So you hear east of Gilead, no, it's talking about Gad, Reuben, or Manasseh. Okay? So now you take a seat. We're going to do 3 from Nagahad, then we'll switch it back up, probably.
Nagaha, Shal, Shabbatah, Ban Shemaiwan, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Shemaiwan, Ban Yashala, Amajim, Brak, Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatah.
All
right. Numbers chapter 33, verse 1. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt with their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron.
So now we're going over, I guess, how Israel left Egypt and got over here to the east of Jordan. This is kind of a chronicle of all their paths and all of the battles and ups and downs and the travel pattern of where Israel went from Egypt all the way to east of Jordan. That's where they're at this particular point. So let's read that.
Verse 2. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of the Most High. And these are their journeys according to their goings out.
So this is important also, whether it's talking about the goings out of and the journeys of the Jews was written by Moses, but it was written under the commandment of the Lord. This is another concept you can use. People saying that the Bible is a man-made book. The Bible is not a man-made book. We also know, I think it's in Peter's 1:20, that it says the scriptures are not of any private interpretation. This one kind of helps too, that all the writings that Moses was writing wasn't an opinion, a feeling. It was based on commandment. Because Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. Okay? But it was under orders and commandment, and it wasn't some skewed perception of the story. Everything was done under orders. So, read on.
Verse 3. And they departed from Ramses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Passover. The children of Israel went out with an high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians.
So each time the Most High is a lot he really stays on time with the calendars when major occurrences happen. Because right when the Passover happens when we left Egypt, and right when the Passover happens is when we enter Canaan. Okay? So as we leave Egypt, we left Ramses, it was the Passover. Read on.
Verse 4. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which the Most High had smitten among them. Upon their gods also the Most High executed judgments. And the children of Israel removed from Ramses and pitched in Succoth.
Now real quick, read verse 4 again.
Verse 4. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn.
The Egyptians buried all of their firstborn during that Passover time, right? Read on.
Which the Most High had smitten among them.
Yep.
Upon their gods also the Most High executed judgments.
What do you think? What do you think all those curses were that the Most High, all the plagues the Most High sent on the Egyptians were about? They were judgments, yes, but they were also in direct correlation and attack of the Egyptians' gods and their system of gods. So whether it was the lice, whether it was the frogs, whether it was the hailstones, whether it was the destroying of their cattle, these were all, don't forget, our people used to worship and made deities, all of these items that made Egypt so strong and potent. So these plagues were direct attacks against the Egyptian gods and their belief system. It wasn't just he was just sending lice for some damn reason, or was turning the water into blood, or he was just bringing frogs for the hell of it. All of these items were done to attack the Egyptian god system or their mythology.
Is that why Aaron's rod consumed the magician's rod? That's why that's
there? Exactly. There too. Everything the Most High was doing, he was setting up, he was breaking down Egypt, but how he was breaking Egypt down, it was in their false belief in these idols. So all these, and I got your hand, all these attacks were based upon eradicating the faith, not only that the Egyptians had in these gods, it was really about eradicating the faith that our people had in these Egyptian deities and gods. And that was why he sent those plagues to break down the kingdom and to also start to teach the Jews that all these gods you're kind of giving yourself to are really false gods. They're really false idols, because look at how I am destroying the strength of your gods through these plagues. They just weren't by happenstance. These plagues weren't just, oh, he just sent plagues for the hell of sending plagues. Yes, sis.
Were they killing? Like they were killing their firstborn?
Yes. Well, yeah. Well, listen, don't forget, that was during the Passover. He said every family in Israel had to mark their doors with the blood of the sheep or the lamb. He said, because at night the death angel is going to take out all of the Egyptians' firstborn. And if that blood isn't on your door, they'll kill you too. They'll kill your firstborn too. So the Jews followed their instructions, and all the Egyptian firstborn got taken out. And that was the straw that broke Ramses' back. And he said, get the hell out of here. Forget it. Get out of here. This is too much. But all of these attacks, all of these plagues were an attack against the Egyptian culture, their religious backgrounds and philosophies. Now, do I have a book template of all the gods that they followed? No, I do not. But if they were sitting back here and attacking their crops, I can only imagine that the Egyptians were worshiping their crops, like all the other nations back in those days were worshiping. They were worshiping all the different levels of idolatry. Mosai was attacking their foundation of idolatry. And while he was attacking their idolatry foundation, he was also building up the power of the Heavenly Father, showing Israel, I'm the omnipotent one. All these low-level gods you're following, I'm the power you're supposed to follow, not these gods and deities. Yes, sir.
So they would have like a god
for
That
all
was
those. Yeah.
something that they would pray to for crops, just like they have the one for like war.
Yes. Yeah.
With the ore and iron.
That was Astarte. The whole idea of worshiping Astarte was for your crops, Mother Nature. That was Astarte, and they were gods for every other thing they had. Whether it was their water, that's why he turned their water into damn blood. Everything you built your strength on, deity-wise, I'm attacking it. That's why all of our people that talk about this Egyptian Book of the Dead insanity, or our people talking about Kemet, all this Egyptian knowledge, they don't have an idea because the Most High was destroying all of their idols and everything that made quote unquote Kemet what it was. He was wiping it out plague by plague by plague. So the idea that Kemet was just some phenomenal thing is hogwash. The Most High showed us all that Kemet knowledge and everything you held your head on. He was knocking it down plague by plague to show you the real power was in serving the Heavenly Father and not following these Egyptian deities. That makes sense? So, going back to verse 4, the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which the Lord has smitten among them. Upon their gods also the Lord executed judgments. He executed judgments by using all those plagues to expose that those lower level gods did not have the power the Most High had. Continue.
Numbers 33, verse 5. And the children of Israel removed from Ramses and pitched in Succoth. And they departed from Succoth and pitched in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness. And they removed from Etham and turned again unto Pihahiroth, which is before Baal-Zephon, and they pitched before Migdol. And they departed from before Pihahiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and pitched in Marah. And they removed from Marah and came unto Elim, and in Elim were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there.
Now listen, if I'm not mistaken, they were in Pihahiroth, and they were tripping. If I'm not, one of these cities, they were really vexed because there was no water. There was a couple of times there was no water, but they got water afterwards. Okay? Let's keep going.
Verse 10. And they removed from Elim and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin and encamped in Dophkah. And they departed from Dophkah and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush and encamped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai and pitched at Kibroth Hattahavah.
Now it took, if I'm not mistaken, it took Israel from leaving Egypt to Sinai 2 years. They stayed in Sinai until the second year was over. Then they headed out to go to Canaan. So from the time they got to Egypt to the time they left Sinai was 2 years. So it was 38 years after that they were just kind of stuck in perpetual nothingness. But it was 2 years from leaving Egypt to wilderness of Sinai, because that was when they got all the instructions and the teachings and everything, how the law was supposed to be established, how the tabernacle was supposed to be put together. All that time it took from the time they left to Egypt to Sinai was 2 years. And that was because they were setting up the kingdom or setting up the empire, what was supposed to be set up after they left it. Because this is almost like from the end of Exodus until the beginning of Numbers. That's that 2 year period. And then once they get back on the road, they start walking. 3 days later, they're tripping again. They start seeing mansions. They start going bananas. They start seeing the other nations having things, and they're jealous again. But anyway, that was the third. That was the sort of the 38 years after the two. Continue.
Verse 17. And they departed from Kibroth Hattahavah and encamped at Hazeroth.
Mm-hmm.
And they departed from Hazeroth and pitched in Rithmah. And they departed from
I think Hazeroth they were doing some negative too. If I'm not mistaken, I remember Hazeroth, that name. But keep going.
Verse 19. And they departed from Rithmah and pitched at Rimmon Perez. And they departed from Rimmon Perez and pitched in Libnah. And they removed from Libnah and pitched at Rasah. And they journeyed from Rasah and pitched in Kahel Atah. And they went from Kahel Atah and pitched in Mount Shapher. And they removed from Mount Shapher and encamped in Haradah. And they removed from Haradah and pitched in Machpelah. And they removed from Machpelah and encamped at Tahath. And they departed from Tahath and pitched at Terah. And they removed from Terah and pitched in Mithkah.
This is some reading right here, bro. You're reading your tail off right now.
They moving, man.
I'm telling you.
Verse 29. And they went from Mithkah and pitched in Hashmonah. And they departed from Hashmonah and encamped at Maserah.
Don't forget, this is a 40-year period. They just bunched it all in one, in one chapter. So I'm trying to think, where did they pitch when they caked up and they didn't want to fight? I got to go back into it, but they pitched in a certain direction, and then they waited for the 12 spies to come back. And that's when everything went back. That's where they kind of stuck for like the majority of the 38 years. Then they started, what you're reading now is them moving out after that first generation was dead. Now they're working their way back down through Sinai. So that's what's happening right now. So, yeah, read where you at 30 what?
Verse 31.
Okay.
And they departed from Moserah and pitched in Bene-Jaakan. And they removed from Bene-Jaakan and encamped at Parha-Gedad. And they went from Parha-Gedad and pitched in Jotbathah. And they removed from Jotbathah and encamped at Ebronah. And they departed from Ebronah and encamped at Ezion-Gabar.
Ezion-Gaber.
Ezion-Gaber.
Now listen, if I'm not mistaken, in between this time, they had tried to go to Edom let them in. So they went down to Ezion-Geber to find a way up to get to the eastern side of Jordan. I know that for a fact. Read on.
Okay.
It's supposed to be Geber, but it says Gaber on the Bible. That's what I'm reading.
Okay.
Read on.
And they removed from Ezion-Geber and pitched in the wilderness of Zin, which is Kadesh.
Mm-hmm.
And they removed from Kadesh.
And when they went to the wilderness of Zin was when they were complaining about water again. And that's when Moses and Aaron got pissed off and hit the water.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Verse 37. And they removed from Kadesh and pitched in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom.
And this is when Aaron had to die. So they went all the way down to Ezion-Geber, came back up, went around. They had to go through all these changes because Esau didn't want to let them in. Mm-hmm. So now Aaron has to die in his Mount Hor. He gives up his garments, gives them to Eleazar. Read on.
Verse 38. And Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of the Most High and died there. In the 40th year, after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the first day of the 5th month. Mm-hmm. And Aaron was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. And King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. And they departed from Mount Hor and pitched in Zalmonah. And they departed from Zalmonah and pitched in Punan. And they departed from Punan and pitched in Oboth. And they departed from Oboth and pitched in Ije-Eb-Arim. I'm sorry, I'm getting an accent. I'm sorry. In the border of Moab.
And as long as it's not the Australian accent, we're okay, man.
Right. Verse 45. And they departed from Iim and pitched in Debon-Gad. And they removed from Debon-Gad and encamped in Almon-Dib-Lataim.
That's a good one.
And they removed from Almon-Dib-Lataim and pitched in the mountains of Abarim from before Nebo. And they departed from the mountains of Abarim and pitched in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. And they pitched by Jordan from Beth Jesimoth even unto Abba Shittim in the plains of Moab. And the Most High spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye are passed over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein. For I have given you the land to possess it.
He says, listen, it was meant to dispossess the Canaanites. They had to get out, wiping them all out. And when you read in, I always get this chapter, I think it's Wisdom of Solomon 12. I'm not going to go in there. It just shows you that the Most High gave the Canaanites an opportunity to get right. They didn't change. So the Most High saying now to dispossess them doesn't matter. He gave Canaan a chance to get right, and they failed. So now all of them got to go. We're going to house everything they got. Read on.
Numbers chapter 33, verse 54. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance.
So what he's saying is the land was divided by lots. That means it was by chance. It was by the Most High's divine chance. So he placed everybody in the spaces they were supposed to be. Now, how much of that land was given and allocated was based upon size and number of people. Okay, but where they were placed on the map was chosen by the Heavenly Father. Let's keep going. That's what the lot meant.
And the map was already done anyway.
Yeah. So the locations were the Most High's in the size exactly, and then how much land was given per group was based upon the size of people that were numbered in, I think, the 29th chapter of Numbers. But let's keep going.
The latter half of verse 54. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falleth.
So your inheritance is going to be in the landmass that the Most High chose for you to be in. Read on.
According to the tribes of your fathers, ye shall inherit. But if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes.
So his crazy thing is, he told them, he warned them, if you didn't sit back here and drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, they were going to be pricks in your eyes. Let's look up pricks real quick.
It's like that pointy prodding.
Very uncomfortable, I tell you that much. It says, prick, to pierce with a sharp pointed instrument or substance. Man.
Is this metaphorical or is this literal?
It's metaphorical for how difficult your life is going to be if you didn't follow the orders the Heavenly Father was saying. You know, listen, if we didn't take and completely eradicate the Canaanites, they were going to be a prick in our eyes. Painful in our eyes. What's that?
Verse definition number 7. To affect with sharp pain, to sting with remorse.
Bro, to affect with sharp pain, to sting with remorse. Is that, listen, to sting with regret. And I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. It's the same concept with all the weaknesses in yourself that you don't overcome. If you don't overcome these issues strong in you, that are strong in you at an early age, it's just that much harder to deal with it when you get older. It's no different than dealing with your children. If you don't break certain habits in them at a young age, it's so much harder to break them as they get older. Well, that's dealing with children, dealing with your own spirit. The Most High is saying this, when you have an opportunity to eradicate something out of yourself, eradicate a negativity out of you, do it. Fight your butt off to break that weakness out of you as soon as possible. If not, you let that spirit feed and get stronger and stronger and stronger. It's even that much harder to break what's inside of you. So he's saying if we didn't sit back here and take out these Canaanites completely and fully, they will be a prick in your eyes and a thorn in your side, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Continue.
Numbers 33, verse 56. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them.
And what's crazy, he says, moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them. The plan was for us to eradicate and wipe out Israel. If we don't fight and eradicate that weakness in us, that weakness ends up being the death of us. That's what 56 is saying. Us not taking out the Canaanites. He said he wanted to take out the Canaanites, but because you don't want to take them out, I'm going to take you out. You know how many countless of thousands of Israelites died under the Philistines' hands? Because we just didn't obey the orders early. Anyway, this sounds like foreshadowing to me. Like Moses knew we weren't going to sit back here and completely eradicate the Canaanites. Give me verse 34.
Numbers chapter 34, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan with the coast thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin along by the coast of Edom.
So what he's saying, he's giving us our boundaries. What the supposed boundaries were supposed to be for Israel. So from the wilderness of Zin, because that wilderness of Zin ended up being where we stayed for that 38 years. It was the wilderness of Zin. No, I can't say that. No, I can't say that. Nope, I'm not gonna say it because I don't remember exactly where we stayed for that 38 years. I think it was wilderness of Paran. I think that's where we stayed. But wilderness of Zin, I do remember that was when we made that sin. Moses made the sin by hitting the water. We were complaining about water. Point is, from the wilderness of Zin along to the coast of Edom. Read on.
Verse 3. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin along by the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the outmost coast of the salt sea eastward.
Mm-hmm.
And your border shall turn from the south to the ascent of Akrabim, and pass on to Zin, and the going forth thereof shall be from the south Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Hazar Adar, and pass on to Asmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Asmon unto the river of Egypt, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye shall even have the great sea for a border.
Listen, the Mediterranean Sea was supposed to be the border on the west. Okay? Read on.
This shall be your west border. And this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath. And the goings forth of the border shall be to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the goings out of it shall be at Hazar Enan. This shall be your north border. And ye shall point out your east border from Hazar Enan to Shepham. And the coast shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain. And the border shall descend and shall reach unto the side of the sea of Chinnereth eastward. And the border shall go down to Jordan, and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land with the coast thereof round about.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which the Most High commanded to give unto the 9 tribes and to the half tribe.
Mm-hmm. It says 9.5 tribes because 2 of them were on Gilead, and the other half, which was Manasseh, was on the east. This landmass was talking about just Canaan. It wasn't including Gilead on the east of Jordan. Okay? But continue.
Verse 14. For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance. And half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The true tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side Jordan near Jericho eastward toward the sun rising. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And ye shall take one prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the names of the men are these: of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh.
So Caleb was the one that was in the same mind as Joshua, saying they could have defeated the Canaanites in the first generation. Read on.
Verse 20. And of the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Chislam. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Buki the son of Jogli. The prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Haniel the son of Ephah. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel the son of Shiptan. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elizaphan the son of Parnach. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Ahihud the son of Shalomi. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Padahel the son of Ammihud. These are they whom the Most High commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Israel in the land of Canaan. Numbers chapter 35, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Command the children of Israel that they give unto the Levites of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. And ye shall give also unto the Levites suburbs for the cities round about them.
So what they're saying now is, once Israel gets their land based on their lots, now the Levites have to be given some type of possession to live in and dwell in while they're operating the tabernacles in each of these cities. Okay, read on.
Verse 3. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts.
So they're saying they had to have a pad in the city, and they had to have a pad in the suburbs. So they had to have a pad in the city so they could operate in the city to do their ceremonies. But then they had to have their animals in their land just to sit back and for their beasts outside of the city. So there were certain areas that were set aside just for the Levites to function that they didn't necessarily own, but for all the priests to sustain themselves in the jurisdictions of these other tribes. Okay, that makes sense?
So they didn't own it, but it was just set aside for them.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it was still the land of Judah. It was on Judah's land. But Levi, these couple cities you have to hold on to.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's cities here and these little areas here in the suburbs where you have the animals.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Verse 4. And the suburbs of the cities which ye shall give unto the Levites shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits round about. And ye shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the suburbs of the cities.
Mm-hmm.
And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer.
So he says, out of all these cities of refuge that were given to the Levites, there had to be 6 cities for refuge. And these cities for refuge were established so that if there was an accidental killing, if they were staying on this city of refuge turf, and one of the examples they use, if I'm using an axe, I'm cutting a tree down, and the damn handle comes off, and it kills somebody. If I can take my family to the city of refuge, and the person who got beef, or the next of kin, so to speak, can't go on that turf and do something to me. Now, if I was caught slipping outside of that turf, then it was lawful. But the crazy thing is, you think that's what Christ would have wanted? It was an accident of death, and I'm going to sit back and take you out. The whole idea of a city of refuge is based upon the hatred of our heart. I can't let go that an accident killed my family member. So I'm going to sit back here and bring my guys with my goons over here. We're going to take this guy out.
That was the second.
Mm. Exactly. It was that blackness of heart that we had inside of ourselves. But the Most High, knowing that was in us, set this refuge up like, listen, you can't go across this land. But that was part, these 6 cities of refuge were part of the divvying up of the land for the people. Read on.
Verse 6, and among the cities which ye shall give unto the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither, and to them ye shall add 42 cities.
Uh-huh.
To all the cities which ye shall give to the Levites shall be 48 cities, them shall ye give with their suburbs.
So the Levites were given 42 cities for them, all spread around the 12 tribes. And there was 6 cities of refuge that were spread out for manslayers and people that did accidental deaths to go to. Read on.
Verse 8, and the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Israel. From them that have many ye shall give many, but from them that have few you shall give few.
Mm-hmm.
Every one shall give of his cities unto the Levites according to his inheritance, which he inherited. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint you cities to the cities of refuge for you, to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither.
1 second. It said 6 cities of refuge, and that should make them 40. And then it says, ye shall appoint the manslayer, flee, and to them ye shall add 42 cities. So 42 cities divided by 12 is 3.5. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how many cities were set up for each tribe. It's probably around 3.5 cities were set up per tribe so these guys can function and deal. That's all I want you. I'm sorry. Yeah, for Levi to deal. Let's go back. I kind of cut you off. Numbers 35 and 10.
Yeah.
Let's go back to 10 if you can. I'm sorry.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 10. Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you.
Real quick, yes, that's exactly what it was. That blackness of heart that was in 2 Ezra 3. But keep going. Yeah, I'm sorry, keep going.
That the slayer may flee thither, which killeth any person at unawares. And they shall be unto you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not, until he stand before the congregation in judgment. And of these cities, which ye shall give 6 cities, shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side Jordan, and 3 cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge.
Pretty simple. 3 on the east side of Jordan, 3 on the left, on the west side of Jordan, and those were the cities of refuge. Okay, continue.
Verse 15. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the children of Israel and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that everyone that killeth any person unawares may flee thither.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't just for the Israelite, it was for the stranger and the sojourner. Okay? And like Kyle Cobbin mentioned yesterday, the stranger was the one that actually participated, that was a non-Israelite person that had got circumcised and was part of our congregation. The sojourner was somebody that was passing through, but he did something happened, so he had to stay in that land too, or he would have got killed. Okay? Let's keep going.
Verse 16. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he smite him with a throwing stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he smite him with an hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer.
I mean, some stab situation. Read on.
The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer. When he meeteth him, he shall slay him.
So what he's saying is, it's almost like these cities of refuge are put in place until judgment is established on the person. It's almost not even a permanent place for somebody to be. It's really a place, a holding cell or a holding tank until judgment is established for the person who committed the sin.
That's why it's named Levites, right?
What's that? Exactly. Because it's exactly where the Levites had jurisdiction over it.
Right.
And they were the ones who were eventually going to make the judgment on the person's conduct. You got to hold here until we figure this out, we pray on it, or we sit back here, give us a day or two to deal with the judgment, and then whatever happens, if you're found guilty, then the person who was offended, they can sit back and exact judgment on it. Okay? So that was like the jail before the jail.
Something like a halfway house, but opposite like reverse.
But you gotta say reverse, because half was when you get out of jail. This is like the holding cell.
Yeah.
More like a holding tank until you sit back, but you can bring your family. You bring your family to the holding tank until judgment is established.
Your fever come on, this is what happened. Come tell me what happened.
But at least you're gonna hold tight. You're not in damn 23-hour lockdown and stuff. Like, you're just waiting until your time comes to get dealt with.
So you're allowed to at least have some freedom until
exactly. Yeah, your family's gonna be there with you, man. You bring your woman, your kids with you until the verdict hits.
But here,
versus Esau,
you could be innocent, but until your trial,
you
you
would
not
lock
bail, and you just asked out. Man.
It's all about money.
Crazy.
It's all about money.
It's wicked, man.
This ain't nothing to do with money. This is a sister city that was set up for people who needed this. It's crazy, but it's so much better put together than these prison systems. But let's keep going.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 20. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by laying of weight, that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand, that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meeteth him. But if he thrust him suddenly, without enmity, or have cast upon him anything without laying of weight.
So it wasn't malicious. There wasn't anything premeditated going on. Read on.
Verse 23. Or with any stone, wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him, that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judgments.
So the quarter was right. Read on.
And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled. And he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil.
Let's read verse 25 again. It says, the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of the blood. So if they found out that it wasn't malicious, the congregation is going to say, no, the revenger of blood can't kill the person who did the accident, who committed the accidental death, right? And the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled. So he can go back to his home or to the city of his refuge.
Well, that was a refuge.
Right? He can go back to a city. Okay. Let's keep reading because I want to read verse 26 what happened. So read it from the top again, verse 25.
Verse 25. And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood. And the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled. And he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil.
Okay.
But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of the blood.
So I guess what's happening is,
right.
I get it now. If it was an accidental death, you stay in the city of refuge until that priest dies. That priest is going to die in one generation. Okay? So that means your children can go back to their land with no repercussion. It still means,
So you still have to count.
Huh?
So that's accountability,
I guess. And you know, it's really set up to eliminate some Hatfield and McCoy type situation.
Yeah.
It's really set up to eliminate Hatfield and McCoy. Listen, because what's happening is, what if it's an accident of death, and then the other family comes kills him? Now that family gonna go kill him. Now it's just this perpetual fuel from generation to generation. Vendetta. At least, huh? A vendetta. But the crazy thing is, the law was made to protect the innocent guy. Even though the innocent guy got to suffer and be in the land that's not his, it was to protect him, because these damn jackals want blood. Even if it wasn't their fault.
So that's why he had to stay until the Levite priest died, because
and more than likely it was going to be till that guy died. The family of the offender got too old, and the beef is over.
No, I was gonna say I could see him posting up outside the city, probably having a tent or a little cottage waiting for him to come out.
Crazy, bro.
I could see that, just waiting his post, hoping he comes out.
That damn Cape Fear crap.
Yeah.
You got sitting on the damn border. I'm smoking cigarettes,
laughing. Come out sometime.
It's crazy. Point is this: that was what it's for. It's still about. This law is still about the hardness of Israel's hearts. Now, Israel has no mercy and have no capacity for forgiveness. So to protect this person who didn't mean to hurt you, your family member, your cousin, you get to stay in this land protected. Because that's what the bloodlust. Oh, man, you killed my cousin.
Kill my cousin.
Forget that, man. Kill my cousin.
Hey, that's real.
And that's where Israel's going bananas.
Go to war.
But the good thing is, after that priest dies, then the beef is off. You got to go back home. You get to go back to your land that's yours anyway. Yeah. But the thing is, the family has to go with the guy who committed the accident, because what happened? If they can't touch him, they'll touch the family.
We call it, you got to call slipping.
Yeah, that's dumb. This law is set up to eliminate these hard-headed people that just can't forgive and let go. Anyway, I understand why the law had to be done that way, because of the hardness of Israel's heart was why it had to be done. Let's continue.
Verse 27. And the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city of his refuge.
Meaning finds him outside of his city refuge borders. Read on.
And the revenger of blood kill the slayer. He shall not be guilty of blood.
Now, is that morally right that he killed him? No. But we're dealing with a cruel, unforgiving group of people. Read on.
Verse 28. Because he should have remained in the city of his refuge unto the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession.
You better hope the priest was old as hell, man.
Yeah.
You better hope. What if he just got in the office? You in trouble, lot. You in trouble.
God. It's not even guaranteed.
I know.
So you may not even live long enough to.
This is at least for your children. At least your children can go back. Right. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 29. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations and all your dwellings. Whoso killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of the witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover,
that's another thing. Right. It can't just be one person crying wolf. And it's also saying, whoso killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of the witnesses. What does that also show you? You can't just snitch on somebody. If this is really what you saw, that you got to put your hands into putting this person down. You can't just sit back here and say some inflammatory thing or some outrageous accusation and not bring your actions behind it. He was forcing everybody to stand up for what's right and have the morals and principles and conviction behind your words. Okay, let's keep going.
Verse 31. Moreover, ye shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer.
So it goes back, and you're not supposed to get off to the fact that this person got killed. If you had to sit back here and you were a witness to a person's sin, you stand up for what's right, You do what you have to do for righteousness' sake, but you can't take satisfaction in punishing a person who was off.
It should make you. I was just thinking of that because if being in that kind of situation make you feel more accountable. Like,
Yeah.
man, I just cast judgment on you.
So I better make sure, exactly.
I gotta make sure I'm on
I better make sure my witness, my what I'm telling, what I'm saying happened actually happened.
You gotta carry that with you for
Exactly.
the rest of your life.
You can't be, I'm not sure if this was the guy. I don't know. He kind of looks like the guy. Can't be that. You got to know. Because a person's life's on the line, and you're going to have to take that
Or
life.
even turn around and do what he did to someone else later on.
That too.
Like you condemn your own self.
And he's saying that you can't find satisfaction for the life of the murderer. You should take no satisfaction for the life of the murderer, which is guilty of death. But he shall, I said that wrong. I broke that down wrong. He says you can't take satisfaction for the life of the murderer, which is guilty of death. But he shall be surely put to death. I can't be so worried about this person dying or losing his life. It's got to be about judgment.
That's okay.
Right is right and wrong is wrong, and that was the mindset he was trying to uphold amongst the nation of Israel. Exactly. Oh yeah, he made a mistake. It couldn't be that way. Let's keep going. Verse 32.
Verse 32. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land, unto the death of the priest.
And you shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land, and to the death of the priest. So obviously, whatever happened for it to be an accidental death, there was something fishy about that person's spirit, where he had to get dealt with and pushed away from the rest of the camp also. It wasn't like this pure innocent man that got framed. There was something in that situation when the Most High says, don't long to have that person in that refuge city go back home. There was something that he did to justify having to leave his city. Why would he say don't long to have this person come back home? Don't long to rest judgment. There was something the Most High was trying to teach in that person also. There was a lesson. There was something you did wrong.
It could still be you were inconsiderate.
Exactly. There was something negative about it.
Right, because if I'm working with a brother, in order not to let my axe go here, I'm always considering, like, hey, be careful because someone behind me.
Yep, there was a verse in Deuteronomy, if I'm not mistaken, that talks about like your ox. And if you know your ox has this violent temperament, you better keep him controlled, because that animal can kill a person. And if that animal kills a person, that blood's on your hand. So it shows you that there might have been an aspect of negligence in that person's conduct that caused the death of somebody, which meant he had to sit back and be in a city of refuge because he was negligent. Maybe not malicious, but negligent was part of the word.
Like the person with the pit bull or dog
here
and knows the history of it, but you let someone else's kids come play with it.
Now, you might just not have thought about it. Right. You might have not just considered the repercussion, but they happened. And they still had to be a punishment for being negligent. It just isn't going to have to be death. And you're going to be significantly inconvenienced. But that inconvenience, you're still living. And you're still with your family. And you still have land to work on and survive and carry yourself. So I see that. It makes sense. There was something in that conduct that was wrong. So let's get verse 33.
Verse 33. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. For blood it defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
Mm-hmm.
Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit.
So this is why it was so important that Christ's blood had to be spilled. He says, for blood cannot be, the land can't be cleansed of the blood that is shed, but by the blood of him that shed it. So it is showing you all the sins and all the mistakes that Israel had done to each other, all the blood that was shed. Christ's blood was necessary to be shed to cleanse the land, to cleanse the people. Okay? Let's continue.
Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit, wherein I dwell. For I, the Most High dwell among the children of Israel.
Another thing, he says, defile not the land which you shall inhabit. There is a certain level of negative that is residual in the land that you're functioning at. And after a certain level of negative that's done, the Most High has to eradicate and clear that land out. It's the same concept in a school, a church, a camp. He only allows so much negative to fly before he starts to have to intercede and tear down what's being built.
Yes. That applies to this country and what's coming to it eventually?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And there's a certain level of negative before it just reaches heaven and says enough is enough. Yeah. I got to smash this place. Yeah. You would think there's enough negative now. But whenever the Most High has had enough, he's going to have enough. To the point where Christ doesn't even know the time that's going to happen. All we know that he says, pray that your flight be not in the winter. Right. So in the winter time is when it's going to happen. We don't know which winter. We don't know which time. So let's knock out 36. Matter of fact, let me 1 second. Let me go to the restroom. I've been drinking this water and coffee. It's a bad mix. It's a stretch break too. I need to knock out some push-ups. Down.
I was using this. Now it's really tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's pop, man. You like to trace that.
Yeah, I don't want to chase this.
Yeah, take the time. No, man. No. You look good.
All right. Okay. We're at Numbers 36. Let's do it.
Numbers chapter 36, verse 1. And the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spake before Moses, and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Israel. And they said, the Most High commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. And my Lord was commanded to the Most High to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the jubile of the children of Israel shall be, then shall the inheritance be put unto the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers.
So they're worried that the sisters that were given that lot of land by the Manassites, once they marry, the men will take over their inheritances, and there'll be no more land established for the Manassites. You got everything?
Yeah.
All right, continue.
Verse 5. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, according to the word of the Most High, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph have said well, this is the thing which the Most High doth command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry.
So they're saying they can only marry Manassites. That way you keep that. Remember earlier when the sisters came to Moses and said, listen, our father, he passed. He wasn't wicked. He wasn't with Korah. But he says, we have like 7 daughters. There was no sons. Can we establish a land for ourselves too? And they said, yeah. Now one of the chief fathers of Manasseh is like, listen, what's going to happen when they marry out? They're going to want to take these lands. So the first answer was, listen, they have to marry from their own tribe, I guess, to maintain the inheritance in the family, okay, in their tribe. And at verse 8.
Verse
7, I'm sorry.
Verse 7. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe.
Exactly.
For every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his father.
So what he's showing you also is the Most High never intended to swap land rights from different tribes to different tribes. The land rights were supposed to stay within your family and your generation from generation to generation in perpetuity. You wasn't going to sit back here. I said it before, months ago, weeks ago. You ain't going to sit back here and not be able to pay the taxes, and all of a sudden you rooted out of your land. You're not going to sit back here and not be able to pay your federal taxes or your home taxes, and they kick you out of your house and somebody comes in and takes your land. Whatever was gifted to your family was going to be in your family generation from generation to generation, and that's how it was supposed to be. Okay. Now, if there was certain mix-ups like the city of refuge, your land would be left be until you got back to it. Okay. Or if you was in debt, somebody might be able to use your land and make profit off your land. But after that year of Jubilee, you were back into your land, starting back over. So they might be able to use the profits from your land, but they couldn't take your land. That makes sense? Okay. Verse 8.
Verse 8. And every daughter that possesseth an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Israel may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers.
Mm-hmm. So it's still the inheritance still ran through the fathers. So pretty much what's happening is the daughters keep that land, but they have to marry within their tribe, so the inheritance stays in the families. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 9. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the children of Israel shall keep himself to his own inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
Even as the Most High commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Mahlah, Tirzah, and Haglah, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brothers' sons.
Their father's brothers' sons. That their father's brother is their uncle. So their uncle's sons, they dealt with their daughters. And they, you know what? First of all, yeah. Their uncle's sons. So they were cousins. What they're saying is, back in when Israel was just starting out, they were allowed to marry cousins. Back during the time of Abraham, when you had, I'm not mistaken, Jacob marrying, what's it, Rebecca? It was Jacob and no, it was the twins. It was Laban's daughters. It was Rachel and Leah. So Jacob didn't want Rachel and Leah. They were cousins. But back in those days, it was authorized to do so because of what? They were so small in number. Now, when we got large and strong as a nation, we weren't dealing with cousins like that. But the Most High allowed them to deal with cousins here. Why? To reestablish the family line. That makes sense? So what's happening here, he allowed the daughters of Zephaniah, those 7 ones, to deal with their cousins so they can reestablish the family line back for that land to stay in their family generations. Yes.
Well, it would be the second or third cousin, not the first.
I don't know. I think this was first, and I think the Most High allowed the first cousin in this situation for that reason. Wow. To allow to sustain that family lineage. Okay. That's why I said normally after we were large, we couldn't have first cousins like that because we already had a full nation. But since they're trying to reestablish the family line, so that Zelophehad's family lineage wouldn't fall apart, they were allowed to deal with their first cousins, their father's brothers, and that's first cousins right there. But they were allowed to do that. Okay, verse 12. It makes sense though. Read verse 12.
Verse 12. And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father.
So once that was done, they can have kids and sons, and now those sons can sit back here and inherit those lands, and then they can establish generations how they have to do it. Read on.
Verse 13. These are the commandments and the judgments which the Most High commanded by the hand of Moses unto the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho.
What it's showing you, there was no loose ends that were set up. Everything was tied up. Everything was situated. Everything was ready to go. Because now that we're in Numbers 20 to 36, the next step was going into Jericho, crossing the Jordan. Deuteronomy, as we're going to read next week, is just the farewell communication from Moses to the people. This was like just some base. This wasn't a months and months and months period of time. This was just some communication to Moses, from Moses to the people, to prepare them for the very last time of what they're going to have to go and do and endure in at the time of Joshua, going into the land of Canaan. Okay, so that ties up the book of Numbers. Let's do this. Let's go through a few more verses. I kind of want to jump first to James. Let's go to James chapter 4, verse 1 through 12. Let's go to James 4, verse 1 through 12. If we got time, I might go in Isaiah, but I don't really want to go in Isaiah 66. I want to go to James 4, 1, and then maybe Matthew 5 and 33. So let's do James first. Let's see.
James chapter 4.
Mm-hmm.
Verse
1 through 12. Yes.
James chapter 4, verse 1. From whence come wars and fightings among you?
Mm-hmm.
Come they not hence, even of your lusts that war in your members?
Mm-hmm. So what he's saying is, this kind of goes into that inward battle that we all have, that inward battle to have the things we want, that pursuit of what makes us feel good versus the pursuit of what makes the Most High feel good. That is the constant inward battle that mankind on earth has to face. Do I pursue my pleasures, or do I pursue the Most High's pleasures? And then while I'm pursuing the Most High's pleasures, can I also pursue my pleasures along with the Most High's pleasures? And that's where those wars kind of kick in, because we try to accomplish both desires while we're serving the Most High. I don't think anybody in this room or anybody online, everybody says they want to serve the Most High. Everybody says they want to do the right thing, but you also want to kind of get yours in the way of it too. And in the process, you trying to do you and the Most High is where these wars start to manifest and rear their ugly head. Verse 2.
Verse 2. Ye lust and have not.
Because the battle is the process of us trying to keep these morals and principles of the scriptures while tapping into the morals and principles of what it takes to get what you want in the world. A lot of times we're trying to hold one hand on the Most High and still trying to reach out to get what we want in the world. So it says, ye lust and have not. Because a lot of times the Most High is showing you, in order for me to get what I want here, I have to let go of what I got there. So we're trying to sit back here and hold on to what the Most High wants to do while trying to get what we want. We can't get it. So it says, ye lust and ye have not. Read on.
Ye kill and desire to have.
You sit back here and go out of your way to get what you want. Read on.
And cannot obtain.
And you can't get it. Read on.
Ye fight and war, yet ye have not, because ye ask not.
And he's going to show you what he means by you're asking not. You're asking the wrong thing. Read on.
Ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss, that ye may consume it upon your lust.
And that's the point. What the Most High is always checking with us is our motivations. We might sit back here, we say we want to serve the Most High, but in order to get what you want, you're going to have to sit back and compromise your spirit to gain the flesh. And that's where that constant battle is. You're asking wrong because the process of you attaining this flesh, you're compromising your relationship with the Most High spiritually. So that constant inward battle is trying to keep these morals and do right by the Most High, but I still want what I want. and I'm pissed that I can't. I'm just right out of grasp of getting what I want in the flesh, and still holding on to these principles. It's almost like I got to sit back here and let this go to get this. But then you want to get this, you lose this. That's that constant battle. That's the constant battle we all face. And he's not going to let us get the flesh if what we really say we want is the spirit. He forces each and every one of us to make a decision. That's why he lets your yea be yea and your nay be nay. He really wants to know, what am I here for? And I'm not going to give you what you want, because really I want to see, are you here to serve me or get what you want in the flesh? You got to make that decision. We all have to make that decision. What was you going to say, sir?
No, when I read that initially, and he said that, you ask and you receive not, because you ask, properly or wrongly, so you can consume it on your own lusts. I read that as interpreting you asking for something, knowing that you were going to use that to further your carnality or fall back on that carnality.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why you didn't get it.
Yeah.
Like brothers asking, I want to win the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
Or I want something more with even though what I have is good enough. But even if the Most High gave it to you, He knows your mind state, and that, all right, if I give it to you, you're just gonna do this. You're just gonna follow after your own lusts, and it's gonna consume you.
And that's what we always teach, brothers. We don't get most. I said it earlier a couple weeks ago. How you don't. Most I said He won't give you anything you can't handle.
Right.
Right. That's in Corinthians. But that goes two ways. He won't put you through a spiritual battle you can't handle, and He won't give you a physical blessing you can't handle. And most of us, if we get certain physical blessings that we're striving for, He knows it would ruin us.
Right, God.
And it would take our mind away from pleasing the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart. And this is where we get stung at. We have these goals, we have these desires to get what we want in our life, and it seems like we can't get it. And we'll sit back here and strategize and plot and think things through a little bit better to get what we want. But the Most High is like, listen, I will give you what you want when you made it clear without a shadow of a doubt that I'm your priority.
Seek ye first the kingdom.
And in the kingdom is the word and the process of serving Him. I always tell people, you're not going to get what you want until what you want is the Most High.
Right.
When I want the Most High and I really don't care anymore about what I was pursuing, then you'll get it. Because then He'll know that what you're pursuing is only to augment this. But that mindset is it's maddening for people to accept, because the idea of religion is this. I don't know if y'all was like this in elementary and in kindergarten. Remember when you sit back and hold your arms real tight and you was like really looking in order? You'd sit back here and you'd get the gift, or you get out of class a little early. You get a reward if you was like this. If you was the most on point, the step. I was really good at that shit. For some reason, I was able to show people, the teacher, that I was really quiet. I was really the good dude. And if I was really the good dude, I'd get rewarded. I'd get out, or the class would get out. Whatever the hell it was, right? We do the same thing with the Most High. We want to act real good to get what we really want. The Most High's like, well, okay, then if you want to be this way, act this way for 6 months. And can you keep this shit up for 6 months? You know, give you like this. Nah, I can't do it no more. I gotta go do what I want to do. This was just for show. I did this just to get what I wanted. Most High's like, no. If this is what you want, then you should be happy here, right? He stretches us out because He knows that we want something. We're being good boys, little good boys and good girls to get something out the deal.
Right.
And this is that you're asking and you're receiving not. I just need a rib for help. I just need this for help. Just look after me and give me this. Like, okay, well, this is what we'll see. We'll see if your reasoning for getting this is purely to help the Most High in the work. I'm going to draw out what you want until I get what I want.
It should take years.
It takes years. But you know why it takes years?
Your perspective.
Because we're pouting and we're going up and down being angry and frustrated because it says this. This is what old black folks in the South used to say. A watch pot never what?
Boils.
A watch pot never boils. Sitting back here waiting for something to happen for you, it takes forever.
Yeah.
So while I'm waiting, what should I be doing while I'm waiting for what I want?
Not thinking about it.
But the only way I can think about it is to really have a desire to please the Most High and have a passion for doing what He wants. What we do is we want to do what He wants to do in this. Any day now.
Yeah.
It looks like
That's real,
it's
man.
coming. I'm doing this Most High thing.
That's real.
I'm reading the scriptures, Father. You see this, right? I'm doing godly things.
And then you get upset
And
because you think you deserve it at that time.
because I've been busting my tail, holding my hand like this in class, like a good boy, a little good girl. I ain't talking to nobody next to me. He was a bad person. He told us to talk. I was like, nope, I'm not listening to him. Because I want my treat. Oh, my after school treat.
Real, like,
That is how we roll. We want a reward for obedience.
that's real.
You know, but you know, the Most High is the greatest.
Bullshit catcher.
He'll catch you in your bullshit. Because when you first come into the knowledge, you'll start getting little treats and goodies for doing the right thing. When you start getting old in the truth, you're like, you ain't getting them goodies no more, B.I. You're supposed to be past the goodie trade.
Right.
You're supposed to get past the damn I'm obedience now. I'm doing obedient things for reward.
Right.
You got to grow past that.
So
Now you got to do it. The reward is the obedience.
Right.
That you should be happy about that. But we want these transactions,
Right.
thinking that the transaction is godliness. That was just to get you to learn to please Him.
It's bad bullshit.
That's the point. Like this. Oh,
I did it.
I'm good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, right? Doing good. Listen, and when you're dealing with a young, inexperienced person, you reward a young, inexperienced person for obedience and tell them, listen, dude, okay, the gig is up.
Right.
You're supposed to be obedient because obedience is the right thing. You can't be, I want treats. Give me the treats for doing good. You're supposed to clean your room and be happy that the room is clean. I'm not supposed to do chores waiting for some money.
Oh, wait a minute.
Can I get an allowance just for cleaning my basic damn room?
I did it.
Like, good. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We want the greatest rewards for doing the basic things. So this war and this battle in us is because we want something, but the Most High knows that we're going to use it and we're going to lose focus after we get the blessing. The Most High knows it too when we went into the land. As soon as we went into the land in Israel, we lost our damn mind. The Most High wasn't the priority anymore. As soon as we got our vineyards, it was about our vineyards and our land and our bread and making money, having things. It was about that, and it was less about the service of the Heavenly Father. It was less about doing things the right way. And that's the catch. And the Most High knows this. He has to draw that carrot away from us to make us work for it, make us fight for what He's given us.
And He'll give it to you.
He'll give it to you when He says, guys, stop. Boys. Guys. Because what the Most High has an issue with, He says He wants a humble and a contrite spirit, a broken and contrite spirit. The broken and contrite spirit is that broken and contrite spirit is, you know what? I want you to hear me on this one. That broken and contrite spirit is that mindset where it's like, it doesn't even matter if I get it anymore. The only thing that matters is that the Most High is pleased with me. Because that's the end result of all this warning in your brain. Can you get to either you're going to sit back here and say, F it, I'm going to go get mine the way I want to get it. Or you're going to say, okay, Father, you got me. I don't care if I ever get what I want. Let me just do what's right. And what you'll realize is when you make that decision, that it doesn't matter if I get what I want, I'm still going to love you, and I'm going to look at you in a pure light, then you get it. That's the trick. Can I be content with not having it. Because there's been times I've wanted things and I've wished I could have things, and there was wrestling in my mind as to why I haven't had whatever I wanted. Until I got to the point where I said, man, you know what? If I don't ever have what I'm looking for ever in my life, I'll be okay with it. And within the weeks, I got what I looked for. That's a true story. That's a true story. When you sincerely say it, not like you fake yourself out, but you still really want what you want.
Trying to lie to yourself.
When you truly say, man, you know what? If I don't ever get what I'm looking for, does it make the Most High not the Most High? He's still the power. He's still the omnipotent one. So can I accept that he's still the potent one, and I'm gonna be happy serving him regardless if I get what I want out to do or not? Then he opens things up here. But this constant struggling inside, this wars in your flesh, this fighting in yourself, this is what spawns the unhappiness, the lack of appreciation, the anger, the envy. Because that's what it's. Listen, why am I angry that I don't have what I want? Because there's a level of envy in me. I envy what other people have, or I envy what I think other people have. And that spirit of envy is the spirit of a lack of appreciation for what he has given you. If I'm angry about what I haven't gotten, it's because I'm angry that I don't have. Listen, if I'm envious of the world, it's because I'm really angry that the Most High hasn't given me everything that I've wanted. And that lack of appreciation starts you on that negative cycle, regardless of I'm following the law and I'm doing X, Y, Z right. There has to be a level of contentment in me. Godliness with contentment is the great gain. The great gain is the combination of doing things the right way with that spirit of acceptance behind it. Without both, you're in trouble. Exactly, because you know what's crazy? We were talking to one of the young boys in here. It's the same thing. A lot of times our kids do right, knowing that you're going to give them something in the day. You're going to reward them with some Whataburger or something. Or whatever, or some toy. A younger one, some toy, some colors, some markers. So I'm really being bribed to do right.
Right. Yeah.
So the Most High is like, so you're just doing this God thing, this Most High thing to get something? Or are you really into this to be a servant? And this is what he's trying to determine in the midst of our spirit, to see if we're sincere about pleasing him or not. Is it really about the love of serving him? Or is it about, if I serve him, I get things? And that's not the type of relationship the Most High wants with us. Transactional Israelites. Because that's what we are a lot of times. We're like mercenaries. I'll do this God thing for a gain. He's like, no, I want servants that are indebted to me because they love me. The Most High is not a fool. It's like you have a woman, and the only reason she's hugging on you is because you bought her a Birkin bag or something like that. Babe, hey babe, come here. I love you, babe. And then when I start buying them something, all of a sudden, she don't want to be around me no more. How do you think the Most High feels on that level? We love, hey babe. We say the Most High is the greatest thing ever when we're getting something. When we're not getting something, we're not getting what we want, we're distant. We're unhappy. It's the same feeling. It's the feeling of being used. So he's like, I'm not going to give you what you want. And if you pout, you pout. You show me you really don't love me. I'm going to keep drawing you out until you learn to give to me what I want, because it's the right thing to do when you truly love me. Once again, in our youth and nativity, we might get that type of relationship early, but it dries out quick when you start being in this long period of time. You better do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, versus having ulterior motives. And this is what's being talked about from verse 1 to verse 3. Read on.
James chapter 4, verse 4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses.
This is why the Most High called us spiritual adulterers. Because really, if I'm angry that I'm not getting what I want, that means I'm going to lay in bed with the next person who can give me what I want. That's why we're adulterers. If I'm angry that I'm not getting what I want, then that means that's the same spirit as somebody who's going to go and find another person to commit themselves to get the reward that they're seeking. This is why the Most High in Ezekiel 16 called us harlots. Because we were really, no, he didn't even call us, he called us whores. Because A harlot will get something out of the deal. But he's saying we're spiritual adulterers and adulteresses because we really want the world and we want to serve the Most High. We really want gain and things out of the deal and want to serve the Most High at the same time. Read it on from the top, verse 4.
Verse 4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High?
So also I'm going to tell you this, is a lot of times our people, I know it might be hard to see, but our people are fake. Our people will present one way, but really be about something else. We'll present that we want to commit to the Most High, but our love for the Heavenly Father is conditional. And that's why we're spiritual adulterers and adulteresses, because really our heart and our motivations are conditioned based upon how our life is, how we feel about our life, how we perceive our life is going, when in actuality, we should find complete peace and joy and happiness in just the service of the Heavenly Father. So he says, you can't be a friend of the world. If you're a friend of the world, you're an enemy of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Whosoever therefore would be a friend of the world is the enemy of the Most High.
When you sit back and read this verse is based upon different levels of each individual spirit. Because as we're beginning to learn the Most High, all of us have different aspects of the world in us. So the more world I have in us, in my youth, the more I shave off of that world, the more I'm showing I'm a friend of the Heavenly Father. But if I stop shaving off those worldly desires, those worldly passions, then it shows that my love is starting to wane and dry out. What you have to understand is our relationship with the Most High and our love towards the Most High is predicated on how much I'm showing him I love him now. Because as soon as we come into these doors and we start following the law, we're showing him that we have love. But am I continuously showing the Most High that I have love for him? Am I continuously showing the Most High that I'm willing to make adjustments and let go of these worldly traits and passions and desires so that he can come first? Can I continue to show him this? So this verse is really based upon the time period that you're in. Because we've always used this concept to push us through the last few years we've been in this work. But what about now? How much of a friendship with the world do I have in me still that I haven't overcome to make this vessel of mine this battleground where I'm pulling for me and I'm pulling for the Most High? The closer I get to the Most High should mean there's less desires to get what I want out of the world. And the more years I accumulate in this should show that my pulls and desires to do what I want to do have to continue to drop and diminish. And if I do that, I can be successful in my path in pleasing the Heavenly Father. Let's continue.
Verse 5. Do ye think that the scripture saith in vain, the spirit that dwelleth in us? Excuse me, I'm reading. Verse 5. Do ye think that the scripture saith in vain, the spirit that dwelleth in us lusteth to envy?
And the crazy thing I was going to say, based off your statement, is that the church teaches what? Prosperity. That's how you hook people in. You hook people in by pushing prosperity. God wants this for you. He wants you to be happy. He wants you to have all these things. He wants to give you blessings. You know, somebody listen to, whether it's these other different churches, they say, man, God wants you to have this Mercedes. He wants you to have this. He wants you to have that. He wants you to be happy. They don't tell you, he wants you to be a servant to him. And your happiness has to be based upon the things that the Most High is happy about. And if you can't have happiness in those things, you won't have anything else. So the people, even these churches, understand that the spirit in us lusteth to envy. Our nature is to sit back and want what we can't have, or want what we don't have at this moment. So if we don't learn how to kill that element in us, we really can't grow in Christ. We have to learn to be appreciative and accept what we have. Because what happens is, in the midst of our battle, we forget the Most High is real. We were sitting back here literally in the wilderness crying because we couldn't have that damn fried fish and onions. in Egypt. And they forgot, oh, we were slaves in Egypt. We were sitting back here crying and complaining because it was too hard to make these bricks without the mortar. We forgot that. All we could complain about was fish because we didn't have fish readily available for us at the time. So he's showing us that if I'm going to ever tap into the power of the Most High, I have to kill that part of me that wants to envy for what I don't have. And I have to accept that I come last, and the only thing that matters is what the Most High wants from me.
That's crazy.
What's that?
Because if we don't kill that spirit now, it's just going to plague us again when we go into the next wilderness.
Like we read just now in Numbers. If you don't get rid of these things inside of you, they're going to be pricks in your eyes down the line.
It's going to come out the more we like BS around them.
That's the point. If you don't break these issues in you think you're going to be able to resist it when you're in the middle of the wilderness? This is why when you read Judges 5 and 11, we're supposed to rehearse the righteous acts. We're supposed to practice doing things the right way. So inconveniencing yourself and putting yourself last is second nature. So if I can learn to always put myself last, then it's easier to keep being adapted and switched based upon the Most High's desire to switch and work with me. That's why we push ourselves hard. That's why we push ourselves to inconvenience ourselves so we can get used to that. Okay? But he's saying all these wars, all this unhappiness, all this frustration that we face in ourselves is based upon the envy of the world that we have in us still.
So that may be a reason why, like not necessarily that we may make it, but like if I make it, maybe our kids may not, because maybe they haven't, because they're still gonna have to overcome that themselves.
Nobody gets away from having to fight this battle. Right. Can I be at peace with me being a servant? Can I be at peace with me putting myself last for the Heavenly Father? And can I control that part of me that has these desires and these pursuits that I want to attain? Can I control that and make sure that serving the Most High is all I want and need? And pleasing Him and being the greater servant is my goal. And that is the battle that we're facing. And all these emotions that we're feeling, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flow of our feelings and our life is based upon the fact that there's envy that we're wrestling with. There's all of us, none of us is truly 100% El Diablo. All right? There's good in us. There's parts of us that want to do the right thing. But then there's parts of us that have our ulterior motives that we want. And really, how we last in this work is based upon how much of that old man or that envy that's inside of us we can control and eventually kill. That will determine how peaceful you are in this life. How at peace you are in serving the Most High. Because the Most High will determine how great you can be in His work based upon how much at peace you are at doing His work. How can you be great at doing His work if you're not at peace with doing His work? If you're not truly happy serving Him, it can't be done. But let's keep going.
Verse 6. But He giveth more grace. Wherefore He saith, the Most High resisteth the proud, but giveth grace unto the humble.
Like I said, He resists the proud. The way He resists the proud, He doesn't give the proud what he wants. If I have, once again, this is based upon who the Lord loves and chastens, right? If He loves you and He sees that part of you wants to serve the Most High, He's not going to give you what you want. He's going to resist that pride in you. But if I've shown the Most High that I can give 2 cares about serving the Most High, He's going to let me do whatever I want to do in the world. But for the ones that He chose, the ones that He developed, He's not going to let us get away with doing what we want to do when we want to do it. He resists the proud, but He gives grace unto the humble. So every aspect of our spirit that we have chosen to subdue for the Heavenly Father, He will continue to give us more chances to break and fix more things in us. Does that make more sense? Let's keep going.
Verse 7. Submit yourselves, therefore, to the Most High.
Okay.
Resist the devil, And he will flee from you.
Listen, and once again, people think that when these negative spirits come, religion teaches us that all you gotta do is God's gonna fight these battles for you. You gotta use the scripture the Most High laid down. You have to use the counsels you've been given. You have to pursue greater counsels to overcome issues that are significant in your life. Have you ever noticed this? Have you noticed that, like, certain scriptures and counsels you've used to overcome a certain negative in you only works so many times?
God.
And all of a sudden, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. You get your ass kicked. You try to pull those same damn verses. No weapon. There's no weapon formed against me shall prosper. And you're sitting back here 5 minutes later, you messing up like a mug. What is that showing you? That old little whack angle you used 2 years ago, you better go back in the lab and keep reading more, seeking more counsel to resist the devil. Everybody says, no weapon. Where's that? Isaiah, right? That's Isaiah 55. 55 and 14. And you know you about to lose, B. You know that verse ain't enough. And then all of a sudden you'll study a little bit, you get like 5 verses. Now I feel better. But then you'll sit back and realize sometimes in your week, the 5 verses might work one time. Next time you better have 5 verses and some brothers around you. Well, you better have 10 verses and some sisters around you. But it worked last week. Shit. Let me just keep myself busy. Nope. None of that crap works. He says resist the devil and he shall flee from you. All it's showing you, when that devil leaves, when that negative spirit leaves you, does it leave forever?
Wow.
That spirit's coming back next week. Stay tuned. I'm coming back at you. You beat me today. You ever see those damn those stupid G.I. Joes and those He-Men? They fight the same guys every damn week. And nobody's dying?
Star Wars.
It's nobody dies, B. I just talking about the cartoons because listen, there's millions of gunshots and lasers shooting past people. Nobody dies. I'll be back. Like Cobra. Till next week. More lasers are shooting. Like what the hell's going on? Nobody dies? It's just constant perpetual shooting in battles with no repercussion. My point is that battle keeps coming. Cobra keeps coming back, guy. If you was a G.I. Joe fan, Cobra Kai keeps coming back, guy. Snake Eyes keeps coming back.
Cobra back next week.
Yeah, you better deal with him.
That's right.
He's coming back on Saturday morning.
That's it.
And you better deal with it. And can you accept the fact that these battles aren't leaving until you proactively overcome these thoughts? Listen, the crazy thing is, how do you deal with these negative spirits that come to you? Do you deal with them as they come, or do you prepare yourself before they come? So I can tell you this, if you don't study, if you don't keep your spirit strong leading up to your battle, you will lose. You better study and prep when things are good.
Right.
A lot of times we want to study in time of crisis. But in time of crisis, most people don't want to open a damn book up in a time of crisis. When you're feeling down, you want to read scriptures? Shit, you want alcohol. Get this out. You want drink. Or you want to go do some smoke or do some other stuff. You better study and prep when you're feeling good so you can sustain yourself when a battle comes versus you're on that down slope. Now you want to read the book. It's too late when you're going downhill. You got to read and study and be around strength to keep you here. That's how you resist this negative. Because to break negative habits, you got to, first of all, to break negative habits, you have to, what's the first thing you got to do to overcome negative habits? Does anybody know? Yeah, that's the first. Hey, I'm Bob, and I'm an alcoholic. That's the first damn thing you have to accept. All facts, acknowledge your weakness. Well, then what else?
You got to put work in actually. You got to desire to want to get rid of that.
Now that was what I was going to say. You have the desire. The trick is maintaining the motivation. Listen, we know what to do. People know what to do to not make grave mistakes. But why do we keep making grave mistakes? Because we lose the motivation and the enthusiasm to keep working as hard as you got to do to maintain your vessel, to maintain your spiritual vessel. So the challenge is, how can I maintain motivation to push, to keep this? There's a certain level of intensity that you have to keep to stay strong. And remember I told you earlier about how it's important to figure out what you did to get blessed, how you had to carry yourself to get blessed. You have to bust your tail to figure out what it takes to maintain the motivation to keep fighting your battles. Because that's the first thing that breaks down. I'm tired of fighting. Sometimes it's hard to just keep turning up and keep being Superman or Superwoman and find this enthusiasm every day to break the flesh. It's a very exhausting process to maintain the enthusiasm to fight every thought. Because you read 2 Corinthians 10 and 5, 10 and 4, and it says, putting in captivity every thought to the obedience of the Most High in Christ. That's hard work, though. It's the kind of job that can be done, especially in your immaturity, in short spurts. It takes significant dedication to learn how to put in captivity every thought all the time. To find the motivation to do that.
You have those good spells.
And you have your highs and lows, but you know what the crazy thing is? When it's happening, what helps you keep from dropping is the fact that people are looking at you. People need your strength. That's what helps us. People are looking to us for strength. I can't get weak because if this person sees me get weak, it gives him the damn excuse to get weak. So I can't get weak because he needs me to be strong. So that helps me push when I don't feel it. I'm glad I was beat. I'm still beat today. I'm glad y'all came through. I was like, man, let's go read the Lord today. I am tired. And it's got that damn rainy Sabbath day out here where the covers is still extra cool. And you just want to turn over and put more covers and put the fan on and relax. That's the energy in San Antonio today. I don't know about wherever else we are in anywhere USA, but how we feel here is that we're zapped. We've been working hard, and there's a really heavy pull to kind of just chill and relax. But everybody feels that in every aspect of their battle. And can you recognize it and push harder when sometimes you ain't got nothing in the tank to do it? What was your question? You got a hand up?
I have it.
Oh, it was you. I'm sorry. Yeah. I saw a hand in this area.
I was just wondering if that motivation to be a leader can somehow be a form of man pleasing. Because at some point, if I'm only trying to motivate myself for the strength of others, then that could bring about a bitterness. You know what I mean? It could bring about a bitterness because it's not genuine.
If you let it that way, because I can say this. It's all about how long. Listen, it's all. Let me find a way to explain this. Anything can be fake if you can't sustain it. And then what ends up happening is, say for instance, a person takes the mantra of fighting for the next man. And then a couple weeks in, you start getting tired of it, which is normal. The question what you have to ask yourself is, why I'm tired? Why am I exhausted? Why am I irritated? And then once you find out that you're irritated, what is a person supposed to do? Because the feeling of irritation for doing things the right way is a natural concept. Then I got to start using scriptures to continue to help me dig deeper. Scripture says, be not weary in what?
Well doing.
Well doing. Then you got to sit back and dig into all the verses that talk about the value and power into fighting for the next person. And you get to study and read until you're strengthened and ignited enough to continue to push past what initially was your limitations. The only way to grow is to consistently put yourself in a situation where once I hit a roadblock, and I feel like I'm spinning my wheels, or it's too much, or I'm mentally and spiritually exhausted, can I dig down deep scripturally and spiritually to convince me to give more?
So was that what you were talking about when you said what the world calls finding your why?
Yeah. Because but the finding of the why has to continue to go, has to continue to happen. Because everybody gets tired. Everybody gets tired of the breakneck pace that is set for them, or they set for themselves to do good. And then there's a natural inclination once you give yourself to people to want to do for yourself.
Right.
And can I sit back here, and when those impulses or desires to do for me, can I sit back here and use these scriptures to dig me deeper into what the body needs? And then I'll dig deeper and I'll see growth. And then that part of me will want to go and do me again. Can I sit back here, acknowledge that's in me, and then go dig deeper?
So the spirits want to reward yourself.
There's something wrong with basic reward. But I'm talking about to where you lose your focus, where you're pulling yourself out from your motivation. And your motivation to do this work for your people start to wane. This is where, there's countless examples of selflessness, self-sacrifice, humility, long-suffering. All through the New Testament, when it tells about the fruits of the Spirit, it talks about abounding in long-suffering, abounding in love, abounding in mercy. What do people think that is? It's once you hit your roadblock of long-suffering, I got to read and study and commit myself around people to inspire me to suffer for longer periods of time than I once said suffer. If it's about love, when it says abounding in love, all that means is I'm going to push myself to the point where I don't want to love anymore. And I study and read and I surround myself around strength so I can push myself past the threshold of love that I once had. So now my tolerance to love without being angry and tired of loving has extended. Then I go back down the line and I hit my limit of love. And what do? Do I say it's my limit and I leave? Or do I acknowledge there's a part of me that wants to stop and I go dig in the scriptures to justify why I have to continue? Now I have just abounded in love again. And that process of abounding continues until you die or you leave.
But we don't want to acknowledge those moments when we feel like we want to stop.
So what we do, what we want to do? We want to convince ourselves it was somebody else that's causing me to hate. Somebody else broke my heart. Somebody else did me wrong. So this is my justification to bow out and not fight my battle and learn to love and break down more strongholds in myself. We all have strongholds. We all have self-perceived limits as to how far we can get pushed and how far we push ourselves. And we have an obligation to push past those strongholds if we want to continue to grow in Christ, because this process is ongoing. Another lie we tell ourselves is that just because we've overcome one or two strongholds doesn't mean we've finished the course. You just strive for the truth until death. Then the Most High will fight for thee. What does that mean? Is he going to fight you until you die? Or he's going to fight for you when you push past that brink where you want to stop? Strive for the truth until death. I'm going to keep pushing until I fall the hell out. That's when he comes through for you. That's all of us continuously until we pass on. Am I willing to continue to apply this word every time I hit roadblocks or parts of me that says I don't want to do it or I don't think I can do it? That is the power of the Most High in Christ. Because everybody feels it. Everybody feels that I'm burned out, I'm maxed out, I'm stretched out, I'm doing too damn much. And when you feel that, can you dig in this book, read, study, gain inspiration from the body to push past that limit? Because that's just a threshold that you tell yourself you can't do. But Christ said, in me you'll find peace. In the world you'll find tribulation. So the further you dig in these books and the study and the reading, you'll find more peace past that anxiety. That perceived anxiety is only there until you let yourself know through studying that you can go past it. When you go past it, you'll find peace of mind. And now you've elevated yourself to another level of spirituality. Then you'll hit your roadblock again. And you got to use the same formula to push past that part of yourself that tells yourself you're doing too much, you don't got to do this much. And then you keep growing. Or you plateau and you stop moving, and just like running water, when running water stops and just accumulates in one space, what ends up happening? It starts stagnating and starts to die. It's no different than our spirit. Do we continue to push ourselves past our limitations so we can keep growing, or do we stop? All I can show you is how to maximize your spiritual experience in Christ. But yes, that feeling of being fake, it's only fake until you study and dedicate more until it's not fake. That feeling is present, and the only thing that can break it is to study and give more until it's not fake. Then it's real.
That's the rehearsing the righteous act part.
And it's almost like you got to keep doing it and committing yourself to it until it becomes you. Because people think that if something is naturally, if it doesn't naturally come to you, then it's not meant to be. And that's not true. That's not true in anything in life. What's true is if you put your hand to the plow enough and you dedicate yourself and you convince yourself that this approach is the way, then it's the way.
I guess that makes sense because the Most High says that His thoughts are not our thoughts. So even though we think we might be feeling hypocritical or not genuine, the more we start to do it, the more our mindset changes.
A perfect verse. Proverbs 16:3. You're right. Proverbs 16:3. Disapprove it.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 3. Commit thy works unto the Lord.
That means commit my works, my practices, my concepts, my attitude to doing a certain thing the right way. Read on.
And thy thoughts shall be established.
Then all of a sudden you won't feel fake anymore. How much do I got to commit? The question is, how much work do I got to put into something, into this mind, until I believe it, until I don't feel fake? How much work do I got to put into it until I love it? Have you ever done something in your life so much that you used to hate it, now you love it? Because well, in sports, I've always dealt with that with certain things, developing certain approaches and techniques. If you don't sit back, you have to do it. Whatever you're not good at, you got to do it until you love it. And then it's yours. Like if it's basketball, a lot of guys that are right hand dominated, they just want to dribble on their right hand. But if you want to be a complete all around player, you have to dribble on your left until your left is as good as your right. But a person, if they're naturally right handed, they're going to hate dribbling on their left hand. But you got to work past the pain and learn to love what you hate in order to improve in your life. It's no different in the spiritual arena. You might not come into an arena with a certain, you might be naturally selfish. You might be naturally weak to lust. Then whatever I'm not good at, I have to sit back here and go opposite of it until the thing that I hate becomes my strength. And that's the only way it works. But people will say, well, this isn't for me because this doesn't come naturally to me. That's a cop-out. Because nobody comes into this world having every aspect of their spirit lined up the right way. So it's up to us to acknowledge something that we're not strong at and do the work in that arena to where until your thoughts start to get established and you start to love what you initially didn't like. That's how you break negative, nasty habits in yourself.
It's kind of like I'm right hand dominant.
Uh-huh.
So I was working on my grip strength on the left.
Mm-hmm.
It took like about a year. Now my left is stronger than my right.
Yeah, and it was uncomfortable as hell initially.
Right, but this strength's not going anywhere.
I know.
It's always.
Now you've made it yours now.
Right.
But that analogy is how we have to deal with negativeness. This is my strength. This is where I'm weak at. And every time I use this hand, it's going to feel like, why am I using this hand? Why don't I use this hand? You got to use it because you need it. So let me sit back here and keep working it until it becomes a strength in me. And my mind's going to tell me I'm wasting my time. I'm losing my life. You're going through all these extremes for no reason. But you go through it and use these scriptures and brotherhood examples and sisterhood examples to push you past your insane perceived thoughts of what's right and wrong. So you can cross another spiritual threshold so you have more to give to the Most High. Everything you battle and you break in you is another talent you add to the Heavenly Father. Where do you think the talents come from?
Right.
The talents are about making new left hands, making your left hand strong. That's what getting a talent is.
Yes.
That's what adding your talents are. So the whole aspect of
Virtues.
doubling your talents is about you are naturally strong in 5 things. Now can you go at 5 things that are like left-handed to you and make those left-handed things strong? You know how much work and dedication it takes to do that? But that's what the Most High is expecting. And that ain't got nothing to do with the damn law. Does it? It's beyond the law. The law gets you in the game. Now you in the game. Now you owe me 5 talents. If you're a 5-tool guy, give me 10 tools. If you're a 3-tool guy, you owe me 6. I gotta go in an arena where I'm not good at, and my mind keeps telling me I don't like this. I'm not comfortable. I don't need to do this. And you do it until you realize I can't do it. I kept telling myself I couldn't do it. I was wrong. I could do it. But for damn half the time, you told yourself you couldn't do it. Because it wasn't my skill set. That's not what I'm normally naturally doing. I'm going to show you how to break the negative in you so you can go past what you think you can do. Because that's the only way when Christ comes back, he'll say, well done, my good and faithful servant. Come in with me. You push yourself past your limitations. Congratulations. Come on with me to the kingdom. Then he's got that one guy. I know you was angry, Father. But all that good stuff you gave me and put it in the ground. Here it is. Like, get out of here, you wicked and slothful servant. What good is taking this information and just putting it down and not working on it and applying it to do more? Take all the elements that it took to make you good at one thing and take those elements and approaches scripturally and spiritually to improving things you weren't good at. If I was a natural studier, then let me learn how to take my natural studying skills and what makes me good in that to be a good example. Because the same principles that made me quality in my studying are the same principles you got to use to make you better in your being an example. Or if I'm a good example but I'm a crappy counselor, it's the same approach that I use to being good at being a good counselor or a good in a person who's good at being a good example, and I use those same concepts to improve in my counseling / teaching. All I'm trying to show you is the blueprint of what it takes to keep growing and how the Most High is showing us what it takes to grow. So let's finish up James chapter 4, man. We're going to finish this up and shut it down.
James chapter 4, verse 7. Submit yourselves therefore to the Most High. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you.
We kind of went into a basic concept of how to resist the devil. It's every time I have been successful in overcoming what was inside of me, can I prepare myself and be stronger the next time? Because I'm telling you, whatever you used last time, most of the time isn't going to work the next time. He continues to force us to study, read, and surround ourselves with people who do things the right way. And we learn from their strategies on how to overcome the things in ourselves. That's how we use the body to our advantage. Pull on their strengths. So I don't use their strength to do my work for me. I use their strength to learn so I can be better at what I do. Read on.
Verse 8. Draw nigh to the Most High, and he will draw nigh to you.
The more I change in myself, the more he comes closer to me. The more things like we read in Proverbs 16:3, the more I commit my works to the Most High, and my thoughts start to get established, and I start to be at peace at change, he'll come closer to me. Read on.
Cleanse your hands, ye sinners.
So he's saying, for the sinners, stop sinning. Read on.
And purify your hearts, ye double-minded.
And it's our job to purify our hearts. What that means is, he says he's calling us double-minded people. So part of us are going to say we're doing the right thing, and the part of our mind is going to say, man, you're being fake. This ain't what you really want to do. You want to do this. Don't you realize that's what's inside of us all? Part of us wants to do good, and part of us wants to keep it real and just be negative. And it's a fight. I have to choose this way. And every time I choose righteousness and the right thought pattern and the right way of looking at things, that negative in me starts to lose that voice and the power of that voice. You ever notice when you have like all these negative thoughts running through your head, you got so many thoughts, it's because you really haven't learned to eliminate a lot of this negative that's flowing through you. You have to take on one negative thought or outlook at a time, and clean hands make it the person stronger and stronger. The more I attack one impulse and thought, then I can go to the second impulse and thought, then the third, then the fourth. And before you know it, my thoughts will be a lot more clearer and a lot less rhetoric will be going through my head. For every impulse I attack, the clearer my thoughts will be. For every bad habit I have that I attack and eliminate, the clearer my mind will be. Let's continue.
Verse 9. Be afflicted and mourn and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning and your joy to heaviness.
And he says, be afflicted and mourn and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning and your joy to heaviness. In order to eliminate that double-minded spirit, you have to starve it out. In order to eliminate that double-minded personality and to purify your spirit, you have to eliminate, you have to draw it out, you have to starve that negativity out. Even in an herbal scenario, if you want an alkaline body, what do you have to do? You have to eliminate all acidic foods long enough to where your body becomes alkaline. That's how you eliminate the possibility of even having cancer. Because a cancerous cell can't live in an alkaline body. So if I'm going to kill cancer or kill a lot of these diseases that come from having a broken down body, you have to make your body alkaline. So in order to make it alkaline, you have to starve out and eliminate these negative foods, these bad foods that break your body down. It's the same thing with a spiritual scenario. If I have a double-minded mind and I want to purify my mind and my attention, then I have to choose affliction and mourning over joy. Because what's the real battle that a person has? I'm double-minded because I like the Most High, but I really, really, really want to party too. So if I'm going to break this double-minded personality, I have to learn to choose affliction and discomfort. And let my laughter be turned to mourning. Let me sit back here and choose to be happy being uncomfortable.
Oh, because that's you dealing with.
That's eliminating. That's exactly. And that's eliminating that part of me that wants to be double-minded. Because why do we double-minded? Because we want joy and we want the Most High. We want to live our life and we want discipline. We want to grow and have fun. You can't have both, man. So if I got the double-minded mind, am I going to choose being afflicted, meaning going against my flesh? Am I going to choose the mourning and the weeping and not getting what I want? Am I going to choose it and accept it and be at peace with it? Let your laughter be turned into mourning and your joy into heaviness. I have to choose discomfort. Choose putting myself last. That's the only way to break that double-minded mind. And choose it until I no longer desire the laughter and the fun. And now I have control over my spirit. Continue.
Verse 10. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Most High, and he shall lift you up.
And that is the ultimate decision of being humble. The perfect choice of humility is in choosing to be afflicted in mourning. Choosing discomfort. Choosing heaviness over joy. That's how I humble myself. And accepting that path. Because that path is the pursuit of discipline and wisdom. Didn't the scripture say in Ecclesiastes where it says the wiser you are, the more what? The more wisdom you have, the more heaviness you have?
Yeah.
It's in Ecclesiastes in the Bible. It says, I guess, I think it says morning. Let me see it. It says, damn it. It's not right. It says, I think it's 9 and 18. 9 and 18, that's the verse in the Bible. 9 and 18, Ecclesiastes. I think that's it.
9 and 18 is wisdom is better than weapons of war.
It's a little further up then. I think it's damn it. Is it 6? Maybe it's 6. Nope. Maybe it's 2. I know it's around 18, man. I know it's
What was the gist of the scripture?
where it just said the more wisdom you get, the more where you're gonna mourn. Um, is it one? Yeah, it is. Here it is.
1 and 18.
It's 1 and 18. I knew it was 18. I just couldn't find the one. 1 and 18 Ecclesiastes. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. So he's saying, if I'm this double-minded person, I have to choose affliction. I have to choose mourning. I have to choose wisdom. And wisdom, if I choose wisdom, I'm choosing the Most High, but I'm also choosing discomfort. I'm choosing mourning. I'm choosing being uncomfortable. If I'm double-minded, I have to starve out the part of me that wants to be in the flesh, which means I got to dig deeper into desiring the mourning nature, that discomfort, so I can be at peace. And eventually, if I commit myself enough to those works, like we read in Proverbs 16:3, I got to commit myself to the works of mourning, the works of wisdom, the works of discomfort. And the more I dig myself that direction, then what end up happening is the Most High will sit back here and see my humility and lift me up. But I got to commit my works into the Lord until my thoughts are clear. You always got to put the work in until your thoughts get right. And that's how you break yourself. Starve yourself from your desire to please your flesh. Starve yourself from your joy and dig deeper into the process of mourning, the process of weeping, the process of eliminating your laughter. And all that means is dig more into the wisdom. Pursue the wisdom. Because the wisdom is going to push you out of your comfort level. And that's how you eliminate that double-minded nature.
Sounds
Yeah. But if you want to control your vessel and control your spirit, that's what you do. If not, these forces are going to control you. Because it tells you even the process of doing this, even it kind of deals with, tells you when an unclean spirit leaves a man.
Terry.
No, it leaves and it brings 7 more
All
spirits
right.
worse than them to try to re-inhabit that spirit. So it's showing you the more I desire that discipline, you're pushing out that flesh. But that flesh is going to come knocking back on his door one end. So you have to sit back here. And the only way to keep that spirit or that negative from breaking you, you better dedicate yourself to staying uncomfortable on this side. That's your only protection. And that's how you stay humble in front of the Most High, is you not choosing you. And you choosing the discipline that the Most High wants you to choose. Can I choose the discomfort, and can I be happy being uncomfortable? Because he also said, I have to be happy at this time, and I can't be crying and weeping because I don't have no fish no more. So in the process of me choosing this discomfort and this difficulty, can I be at peace with it? And if I am, then read verse 10.
James chapter 4, verse 10. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Most High, and he shall lift you up.
He'll lift you up if you commit yourself this path. Read on.
Speak not evil one of another.
Then this also goes into now, after you're breaking yourself, now I can't sit back here and speak evil of my brothers and look at them in a negative light. Read on.
Speak not evil one of another, brethren. He that speaketh evil of his brother and judgeth his brother, speaketh evil of the law.
So it's also saying you can't speak evil of your brother. And when it says judging his brother, I can't look at my brother in a negative way. Because now I'm speaking evil of the law. Read on.
And judgeth the law. But if thou judge the law, thou art not a doer of the law, but a judge. There is one lawgiver who is able to save and to destroy. Who art thou that judges another?
So I can't look at my brother in a negative light. Judgment and judging my brother are two different things. Judgment is about standing up for what's right. Judging is looking at my brother and seeing the worst in him. I can't do that because I'm guilty. I'm guilty of going against the Heavenly Father, the Most High, and the law. I have to sit back here and work on what's inside of me and try to inspire my people to be better by my works and my conduct. And that's how you guys should inspire yourself. If you want people to change, they'll see the change in you, and they'll be motivated to change because they see you change. So, are there any questions? Comments? We have another thing to do after this. So, I'm gonna let y'all If there are any questions, I'm going to wait a few minutes for them to get on and ask whatever they have to ask. 1 second. Okay, then let's sit back here and send our prayers up. Imagine Wapunya, Yerushalayim, rise and face Jerusalem. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Ahawa'am. Nathalanawa. Hathawara. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Ahawa'am. Nathalanawa. Awar. Lara'ah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. 3. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Nathalanawa. Ha'ayah. Kwara. Ha'ai. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Nathalanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yasharallah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness. In the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither does the fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see
shall see.
My desire on mine enemies.
My desire of mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourish,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock,
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama'ayawa,
Hama'ayawa,
Ladawad,
Ladawah,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawab,
Tawah,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yechad,
Yakad,
Kashaman,
Hasheman,
Hatawah,
Hatawah,
Ayo,
Ayel,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yaran,
Yerad,
Ayo,
Ayel,
Azakwan,
Azakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayel,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Manawath Yawa,
Mayawathiyawa,
Kator,
Kator,
Karamwan,
Karamwan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo, Haroria,
Araya,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawa,
Tazawa,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ah,
Ah,
Habaraka,
Abaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayim,
I,
I,
Havalam,
Hawalam,
Bashem Yahshai.
Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Behold,
Behold,
I got it, listen to me. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rachnawa,
Rachnawa,
Ba'ashralim,
Ba'ashralim,
Wabiyat,
Wabiyat,
Support, turn. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rachnawa,
Rachnawa,
Ba'ashralim,
Ba'ashralim,
Wabiyat,
Wabiyat,
Support,
Support,
turn. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rachnawa,
Rachnawa,
Ba'ashralim,
Ba'ashralim,
Wabiyat,
Wabiyat,
Support,
Support,
turn. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rachnawa,
Rachnawa,
Ba'ashralim, Wabiyat,
Wabiyat,
Support,
Support,
turn. Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahushai,
Rakatha Yahushua,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahushai,
Rakatha Yahushua,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahushai,
Rakatha Yahushua,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahweh,
Rakatha Yahushai.
Rakatha Yahushua.
All knowledge,
All knowledge,
all wisdom,
all wisdom,
all understanding,
all understanding,
all love,
all love,
all patience,
all patience,
all power
all power,
is from Yahweh.
from Yahweh.
All power
All power
is from Yahweh.
from Yahweh.
All power
All power
is from Yahweh.
from Yahweh.
By Hashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Tawada,
Tawada,
Amiyat,
Amiyat,
Aman.
Aman.
Circle up. Salute God in the heavenly order. Yahweh, why Yahweh Shai, why call Yahshua, men of Israel. Amajik, right? Yahweh by Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah. Kwam Yahshua,
Kwam Yahshua,
Kwam Yahshua,
Kwam Yahshua,
Kwam Yahshua.
Kwam Yahshua.
Guys from the top, turn to face sisters. Just please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Amajik, right? Yahweh Shemai Alatham by Hashem, Yahweh Shai.
Hava Shamar Alatham Bahasham Yahushai.
Yashmata, dismissed. Fall out. Israel, the water for tuning in. I'll see y'all soon, and see y'all on Monday. Take care. Have a great weekend.